with Hytale. One change I've made since the last time we played, I did add one mod that was brought to my attention by Sentient Cookie. And all this mod does is for where your crafting benches, they have like the radius of chests they will consider around them for crafting. Lets me make it bigger, and that's all it does. So it's where it uses the materials from boxes. I don't have to go to the box. It's like, oh, it's one tile too far away, and you can change it. Like, I don't remember if I have. Let's see, is this game as railroady as Minecraft story-wise? I don't believe the game has a story yet. But yeah, so for this, I can go OP. There's OP, self. I think it was Sid. Oh man, was it Sid? I should have kept it open. Do you remember offhand? Do you remember offhand what the command was, Cookie? Because I did it with the other save file, my offline one, to tinker before I brought it here. Sir. Yeah, so I can go here and say, okay, I want the radius to be 20. I want it to be, we'll make it 20 by 20. And then we can go here and say, OP self. So basically all I did is I just said, hey, all my boxes and stuff have to be within 3 vertically or 7 horizontally. It could be 20 by 20. And I could change that. But, yeah, so there's no story in the game yet, as far as I'm aware. Right. Yeah, so we found this island. Okay, so we lost our mark. I know my teleporter home is down to the southwest. Southwest? Southeast. So let's work on our way getting over there, because my inventory is full. I'm far away from home. It's lava outside, and I want to go to bed. Had a couple drinks 24 hours ago, and it went straight to my head. But yeah, so we made really good progress. And hey, Retnaru, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Retnaru, who's also been playing this? Another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of crafting survival games and that kind of stuff. One thing I did find, yeah, so check out Retnaru. Also plays like Project Zomboid, has done, you know, Vintage Story, has been playing this, bunch of other games, so good times over there. Yeah, my inventory is basically full. Alright, so if I remember correctly, down here somewhere, we had a village of what looked like little Ewok people that we could trade with. And I put down the portal because I'm like, this is an interesting place I haven't seen before. Let's put down a portal. It was my last portal. I need to go and get back to that portal so I can get home, because we are nowhere near home. But yeah, no, it's also been interesting because I've started watching some other creators playing, because we're getting kind of to the end of the progression in the game. From what I was able to find, because I didn't want to spoil myself on where to locate materials, but oh good, we do see the teleporter. Yeah, adorable big eye thing town. Yep. Okay, so good. So we got close enough. Oh, and interestingly enough, from what people were saying, this distance that you can see is affected by your render distance. Because reasons. So making your render distance longer makes your map view farther. And it's probably just because it's like that's what's being loaded into memory, so it can be visible and all that. Because I'm willing to bet behind the scenes what this probably is it's effectively a vertical camera that's like been made super low res, super low poly, whatever you want to go with. But yeah, but it's been interesting because I've been kind of checking. All right, well, first, let me circle back to the first thought. So I was just trying to look at like, what is the last material in the game we can currently access? Has been kind of what I've been looking up. Because broadly speaking, you know, we saw that mithril was an item for equipment, but where all the other ingots were all like, oh, this is protected in the lava zone, or oh, the people under here, oh, they protect that in the desert. You know, there was some hint being like, that's where you go to get the material. And so I was like, okay, cool. But with Mithril, there's nothing. Doesn't tell you a thing. So I kind of was just looking around being like, hey, is Mithril in the game yet? And the answer is basically no. That unless you go into creative mode and you spawn it manually, that Mithril supposedly does not exist in the game yet as like just a naturally occurring thing. The belief is, from what I was reading, that it will show up in this kind of a zone over here. The Scorched Blasted Land, whatever they call it. But as of this time, it's not actually a thing you can get normally. Again, with creative mode, you can spawn it into existence, and my understanding is also in creative mode. There are, like, the enemies I found that were just dropping high-end ingots. They had a chance of dropping it too, supposedly, in creative mode. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't actually care. But the important detail... Did it reset my keyboard shortcuts again? Alright. Because for whatever reason, it seems to reset this every time. So when I back up, it's like, you can't switch your game mode. You can't switch your game mode. Wait. Is that fur or is that something else? That is fur. Cedar. I don't think we've gotten cedar before. What is getting thrown on the ground? Okay, so we got a bunch of cedar logs. I'll take down a second once I have a full inventory. That's bigger than I can handle. You know what? It's fine. We'll take what we got. I just want to see what the different types of wood are. And pretty much going through with each of the things and just being like, alright, I don't have that wood before. Let's grab it, see what type it is. Because I've been looking for dark wood. And I'm also kind of leaning towards like, hey... It seems like the order of operations so far as the biomes is that the scorched, whatever you want to call biome, is like your last final end game biome. Then the frozen ice caps kind of is like the biome before that. And then the desert would be the biome before that, and then after that it's kind of, there isn't a distinct like this biome or that biome is the higher one. Moose? Yeah, there's been lots of moose. We've already gotten those identified. A lot of mushrooms here. But yeah. So it's sounding like the adamantine is the, like, final material in the game we can get for right now. And that's kind of where the limit is there. So realistically, what we'll probably end up doing is pretty soon we'll probably end up getting the last of the equipment we want. Because one thing I did notice is I was hanging out, we raided Bloody Drongo yesterday after stream. And, you know, we're hanging out there. And right when we showed up, where we had, like, the cave underneath the lava area that had, like, all the pink glowy trees and all that. So he went to an area where he dug under a lava area, and instead of the pink glowy trees down there, what he ended up having was, like, this lava pool with these, like, big stalagmite things that kind of went over the top like that. These big curved spike things. Could you not? Just over here minding my business. That is a real long hang. Okay. So like, you know, just really had a totally different area, and while I was there, he ended up finding it. I'm like, alright, well it means me looking underneath the lava biome area was correct. I just didn't actually find what I was looking for. Okay, so Cedar, what are you? You are Darkwood. Okay, so Cedar's Darkwood. What are you? That is not what I was expecting at all. Okay, so we can make our frozen throne. And that was greenwood. Now it's deadwood, right? Yep. How is it that I'm always out of material? You were a little early. They just updated those caves today. Okay. Then my concern / assumption at this stage would be that I need to go to someplace I haven't been yet, so the world gen makes a different one. That's actually one of the challenges with this is I have to figure out where I haven't been to keep the world gen stuff sorted. Okay. So with that case, then I'll probably want to go south. Because we've done a lot to the north. And unless we just keep on going north, which is also an option, finding new stuff is going to be to the south. Just going to leave that alone for right now. Alright. Grab a stack of that wood. Alright, now the other thing we had is I actually didn't need that stuff. Oh, I literally just have what I need for this. So that's the armorer's workbench. Or we could do the blacksmiths. Let's do the blacksmiths. And then for the armor, I need more ingots of the thorium and all that. Yeah, so at this point, we can get our adamantine daggers. What about the workbench up here? Alright, well let's wait to make our better weapons until I get that, because I think the pickaxe and all that's more useful. I'm trying to get the ones that have only a couple units of them to go first. We can hopefully get this in here. We'll put that back in there. Meanwhile, let's run up and see what I need to upgrade our farmer's table, because we were waiting on the darkwood, but was 60 enough? 60 is enough. So I need 3 greater life, tomato, and peppers. Because all the stuff we're upgrading gives me the ability to do more recipes and all that, so 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe will give me what I need for that. Then we declare a thumb war. Alright. So now I go over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And upgrade to level 6. Make all those back into life essence. The next upgrade is cotton, rice, and dry wood. I have dry wood, and probably more than enough to do that as well. All right. Okay. Not sure what those are about. They've been there a while and they don't seem to be growing, but not too fussed. Okay. You'll want to keep farming to keep that bench getting upgraded. It's one of those things, it's like a hurry up and wait. You put it down, you're like, alright, well, I'll just come back when it's done, I guess. Alright, so we got all that. And we can probably make some of these into life essence. Does it tell me what the recipes will be down here? Oh, those are eternal. Okay. Alright, so it's just life essence. That's all I was checking, is to make sure that it would just cost life essence for making the potatoes and that. It wouldn't require me to give a potato to make a potato seed, and you just kind of gradually climb up the amount of potato seeds you have or whatever. Which would be fine. Alright, so we got more food here. We can drop that. At this point, we've got the cedar logs. Man. Remove the azure logs from there because they're kind of special. So I'll put those there for now. And drop you in here. We got the potatoes. I've got some shale cobble that doesn't really have a box. Wait a second, you didn't go in there. Oh, that solves this problem. Okay, we need to make a dedicated storage room. I had this spot with the intent of doing more with it, and then as we've expanded, that's kind of gone out the window. So we definitely need to change that up. The question is, which of my bases do I want to be the one I change up for that? And then on top of that, we need to go and find... Yeah, we need to go and find another place to seek out our stuff. All right, well, let's check about these portals. The portal is the bench up here, isn't it? Fragment of Orbis the Dread Wade. Place in an ancient game to visit this fragment. You have experienced... Okay. So that's thorium ingots. Let's wait and make that thing. Which means we have to go find thorium. Thorium's no problem. We can make thorium happen. So for thorium, I can switch. Ooh. So it wasn't underworld. So this is the surface. That's the underworld in that area. I guess you'd set to ice cap. Where was the thorium? The thorium was the desert. I don't have one for the desert. Alright, let's go to the desert. We need to do a thorium run. For the desert here, we got desert down in this area somewhere is where I actually went and grabbed stuff. So let's go set a marker down here. Alright. Because we're going to need some more thorium. And when it came to the thorium, though... Well, I'm going to need a lot more thorium. So, did we find thorium and cobalt in the same place? I'm trying to remember. Because the cobalt we found under the ice area. Change of plan. So I know... Are we using any mods? I have one mod that I added today. And all it does is it makes the radius that the crafting benches can check chests for material larger. And that's the only mod I've added. So just a little quality of life of being where I don't have to like keep my chest directly on top of my storage and all that. Because like for example, these boxes couldn't reach over to here. They're only about 7 tiles. And so ultimately what I'm gonna have to do to organize that to be usable without the mod would be to make a room where it's like centered in the middle of the room. So let's go to Ice Cap. Let's see if we can't find... What did I hear get broken? It's up here. Don't know. There's some cobalt down there. I was trying to remember I found just cobalt out here or thorium out here as well. I know I found gold, silver, cobalt, and iron. Because I know I need a lot of both cobalt and, the rest. I do like your little, skull fortress here. Let's see one thing I want to change on it. Yeah, no, but I also found thorium I was able to mine. Okay, does that make you look a little bit better? Let's, yeah, there we go. Not quite as ridiculous as a heavy brow. You know, I haven't seen much in the way of the caves. But yeah, I know those boxes over there will give me a bunch of supplies, but that's not really sustainable. Did I actually make... Yeah, I did make a tunnel down here. Alright. Because I believe we found the thorium in the desert. Oh, so I didn't take this the whole way down, did I? Well, then I didn't bring any, any ladders here. Alright. So, for thorium, it was the desert. And I don't remember if we found thorium here as well. Or if it was just the cobalt and, like, the precious metals. Yeah, so increasing the range on our visibility does seem to make the teleport slower. Which, you know, checks out. I should also check... A lot of people mentioned being able to recycle certain things. That's fine for right now. To get materials back. I should check to see if I can figure out where I was able to do that. Beds, lights, clay, cloth, those wall things. These all seem cosmetic in nature. Snowmen and all that, nobody cares about that. It won't be any of those. I'd expect it to be this bench. Oh, here we go. Salvager's workshop. You weren't here before, were you? Okay, so we can input stuff and get materials back. Alright, so let's try this. I got a bunch of broken weapons. Okay, what do the steel greaves get me? Alright, not that exciting. And this one is basically unrepairable. So that's an interesting consideration. So what do the doomed Outlander daggers give me? Cobalt. Yeah, so this will be good for just getting a bunch of this clutter out of here. And obviously this does this at a loss. But that's fine. Like, those are just gonna sit in a box and be clutter forever anyways. At least this way they're raw materials. A little bit of a shame I can't get rid of the bed, so like, the bed's just in my inventory forever. Huh. Got a large pile of books out of that mace. I also got a decent amount of the medium leather back. Can I... Nope. Okay, drop you all back off. We've got that sorted. We can run outside and get the leather going. go down here. Alright. So let's get the copper knocked out. So it's going to be a couple more thorium ingots. Probably not enough for what we care about. So the thing is, I've got 2 benches that are depending on cobalt and thorium to upgrade. And I do need a decent amount of both of them. So that'll be a thing to worry about there. Let's see, you noticed that the game has anything enchanting like Minecraft? Not that I have seen, I wouldn't expect it to. Keep in mind the stuff like that didn't get added to Minecraft for a very long time. It's the same thing like where people have brought up, like, does the game have automation? I would not expect this game to get, you know, any real automation for a very long time either. I wonder if I could turn that back into gold bars. Do you know Hytale has magic items, but they're very beta? Yeah, no, there's a couple of them, but they're marked as like work in progress kind of deal. You can craft them. It was the Arcanus bench up here. So I can make the flame staff right now. But yeah, even this, it says work in progress, and it seems like it only has a couple of charges and all that, and I'm like, alright, well, I don't want to deal with that. Yeah, as if it happens, it would likely be a couple years before we start seeing anything like that. Yeah. No, it's, automation would be a thing that I'd probably see kind of, like, last. I don't even remember what I was waiting on for. Right. Right, and upgrade the bench. The mods will be here in the interim? Yeah. Alright, so you need 19 thorium bars. I'm gonna drop off this leather. Yeah, so upgrading our workbench here. Yeah, so 19 thorium bars will do it. And like I said, the thorium was in the desert, so we went down here. Got a bunch of repair kits and some arrows and all that, so it'll probably be fine. Right, no, we weren't gonna do that. That's right, there was a portal. There was a portal I could make, and I was curious about. So, Ancient Gateway. Craft one of those. And I can get the fragment of the Dread Wave. You cost 10 adamantite. Don't make me regret this, man. The Dread Wade. This feature is under development. 7 minutes to explore, 3 minutes during Void Breach. A ravenous menace lurks in the heart of the swamp. The murky shallows are home to dangerous fauna. Few have experienced the terrors that lurk in Orbis, murkier depths. Fewer still have returned unchanged. The energy within this fragment has yet to take its final form. All you encounter within lore function awaits its true form. Sure, this is probably something I shouldn't do as the first one. There's a different map here. So we get a knotted tree thing over to my right. So that's deadwood. Heck. Yeah, there's some type of structure on top here. Probably not my best use of time, but I don't know what we want in here. How high do you go? I figured it would reach the top by now. Well, that's not helpful. Let's get back down. Maybe. Where's the hole I punched through? Stop making ominous spooky sounds. Nobody cares. What? Pink cloth. Okay, well, this tree ended up not being a good use of my time. Let's get the tree out in the open, so when this fight begins, or whatever's going on, be as ready for it as possible. Okay. So I don't know if I need to be making my way to the void portal or just continue to fight. Like, am I intended on farming this for these guys? It looks like that's the only void portal I'm seeing. Nope, we do not go through the void portal. All right. All right. Not interactable? Not that I saw. Okay, so it kicks me out. The question is, did it use up the item? It did. So that was 10 adamantite. Now granted, 68 void essence is a lot, but it does not feel like I got my money's worth out of that one. But it was worth the experience, like the experiment. The only way we're gonna find out about that is to do that. We got poison tree fruit, a bunch of plant fiber and all that. More crap I don't know what to do with because my inventory cannot handle it. For right now, here, you can have the poison tree fruit. A bunch of random types of wood. It was interesting. I'm wondering, because that was the first one. Why those don't stack? Yep, you learn various elements of different resources together. Yeah, no, like, it's definitely, there's probably stuff in there that we care about. Yeah, no, there's definitely 3 of them that we saw the keys for. We did get pink cloth, which is curious. Poison branches. My poor inventory. Just recommendation, no spoiler if the desert wasteland enter route. What, huh? Just a recommendation, no spoiler if desert wasteland enter route. I don't understand what you're saying, sorry. Yeah, no, it's not the labeling the problem. The reason I'm rifling through these quickly is just the matter of not having enough thing. This is Hytale, yes. If you're saying where to go to thorium, I've already gone to thorium before. Cool. Have a good one. The problem is I keep moving my sticks around and keep forgetting where I've moved them. What I need to do is I need to stop and make myself more storage and be done with it. Bigger house? Yeah, no, that's the thing. So, like, right now, progression-wise, I need thorium and cobalt for the benches. So, for that, the desert's down here. We just pop down here and start... Start grabbing all of the, Sorry, start grabbing a bunch of thorium. Because I know I'm gonna need, like, 50 or 60 or something of it. I don't want to mess with the line. Alright. Yeah, no, that's the thing. The daggers in this game, that lunge attack is really, really strong. Just because of the ricochet. It lets me get in to get the hit in and get right back out very, very quickly. Whereas most of the other weapons, there's a lot of consideration, like timing and blocking to get in to do that. I'm really liking the agility of the daggers. Even though I'm willing to bet some of the other weapon types probably do way more damage. Yeah, no, the big place, there's only one place I've really seen, well, two places I've really seen that the daggers get kind of dangerous. When you're dealing around lava, the daggers can be very dangerous, because you have to be very mindful of that ricochet also just knocks you back, which means it can knock you back into problems. Yeah, no, the wasps are annoying with their poison. I don't need anything from this area right now, which is why I'm kind of working around. We've already gone down in the bug area, like right into other like hatcheries and everything. And it was just kind of awful. We just stayed down there for a while, just killing more and more and more bugs, desperately trying to move around, but they were just spawning so fast. So we explored the area. What are you? Are you new? Sorry, Flamingo. I needed the science. Yeah, no, it's the fact that they're ranged and they poison. Just really... well... There's some surface thorium. Yeah, looks like we got a cave. Also fairly maneuverable, which is annoying. I was seeing if there's a shortcut key I've just missed. Got a little explorer's camp down here. Alright, 1 second. That is not what I wanted. As a waster repair. So far, we're mostly just finding iron. I don't think you were actually hostile, so much as you just rolled up directly on my head and startled me. Okay. Interesting. Have I, like, reached the edge of the desert? Oh, I have reached the edge. Okay. So that's the edge of the desert. That's a different biome. Okay. Alright, well that's new. So we found silver ore down here. Previously I'd only seen silver ore up in the mountains. Why does this vein just go on forever? Okay. There's the edge of the biome again. I think it's the same part. Okay. Oh no, it is the same part. All right. All right. So just trying to go and run around all this place, figuring out what we got here. Definitely a lot of scary things down here. Sorry, bad, it had to be done. So I know I went down that way before. We had another path we didn't take over here. So I kind of wanted to see what we could figure out over here before we start jumping down into deeper holes. Because I've kind of noticed with a lot of these biomes, it doesn't seem to matter way too much how deep you go. Like it's not like it doesn't matter at all. But just not to the degree I'd expect. Like, iron was a bit deeper. But like when we got to the mountain, for example, the cobalt and silver and gold were like right up there at the surface, like above sea level. Adamantite seems to be one of the ones that it seems to imply you need to go deeper. But thorium we saw at the surface as well. So how are we doing on? I've got about 1 stack and I want at least 2. But hopefully if I keep finding places that are wide open like this, it'll be way easier to track down ore. Alright, so we got 1 and like 1/4 of a stack. There's some type of structure down there. Okay, a little over 1.5. Okay. Almost 2 stacks. And definitely when we hit 2 stacks, like, I'm still down to take more. But I'll feel a little bit more comfortable taking the time to be like, alright, let's just see what the heck's going down in this lava hole below us. Because like I said, I saw what looked like a brick structure in the distance back there. Like, underneath us. Okay, so we're over 2 stacks now. That should be enough to craft the stuff we have left. Okay, so that's just down to more lava. Well, volcanic rock biome. Okay, once we get all this, the next thing will be going for cobalt. Which I imagine will be the exact same idea, but, you know, cold area. Okay, broke that. Bunch more over there. Yeah, no, they give you pretty good build range and tool range, which I appreciate. Because some of these games are like, it's right there. Why can I not reach it? Maneuverability too? Yeah. There's more ore way up there. Wait, is that adamantite? Oh, okay. Alright, hang on. I think that's adamantite right down there. I was expecting it to go underneath a lava biome. There's also that brick I saw. Alright, let's get back to what we were doing before we were getting attacked. Where did that thorium go? Did I already knock it down? Okay, we still have inventory space, so if anything exciting drops and I don't see it, yeah, it looked like kind of like an altar of sorts. Ah, I was just iron. It just looked red from a distance because of the red shading. Boo, I was all excited that we finally found some naturally occurring adamantite. It's fine. I don't know what you are, but stabbing you a whole lot did work, so, you know, I'm not complaining. Too far. Yeah, no, there's definitely a danger. The reason I used it there is I felt comfortable that I was going to be lunging up, or even if I got knocked back, it was going to knock me back into the floor. At least that's what I figured on paper. Versus if I was angling down at them, I would have just catapulted myself into the abyss. No, I mean, actually, maneuverability is just jumping, not dagger's lunge. Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, like jumping up to reach stuff. Yeah, I'm not super worried about it. Like stuff like the iron and the silver is like, eh. I'll grab it because it's right in front of me, but I don't especially need it either. So, I'm not too fussed. Looks like more iron and all that over there. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna min-max my durability or anything like that. I have a tendency to be willing to like make paths safer and all that versus like doing risky jumps and all that, even if you can do them relatively okay. It just comes from a habit from playing lots of permadeath games that genuinely I try to approach everything cautiously. Because that's just what you have to do to survive any length of time in permadeath. You just can't take, like... You just can't take risks. Like, because one of the things I actually used to do in a lot of these games is, I would deliberately, like, leave myself a whole box alongside to act as a guardrail. So if some trolley enemy snuck up behind me and gave me a bump, it wouldn't knock me into the lava. I'm kind of hoping we get accessories like Terraria. So, like, eventually we could get a mirror that maybe has, like, a cooldown, so when we're done exploring, after you get to a certain point of progression, you have an item. Give it several seconds of cast time, so it's not like you can just easily start a fight, realize you're in trouble, and then immediately teleport back out. You'd actually have to break away from the fight long enough. Yeah, so it's actually silver up there. Okay. I don't want gold that badly to dig underneath, you know, existing lava looking for it. You know, if you're gonna have altars for, like, sacrificing people and all that, the least you do is actually have something there. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. You troll. So the lesson learned here is if I lunge and he grabs me mid-lunge, I will get projectile launched, you know, into the distance. Yeah, so that's that same hammer. We found one of those earlier. Ow. That place looking like a good way to die. Yeah, no, I had one earlier I used. It was okay. All right. Yeah, it's one thing I've definitely noticed about this game, more so than, like, Minecraft, is, like, in Minecraft, going down into just random cavern systems when I last played, which has been years, like, looking for ore that way, it was okay, but usually not particularly effective. So the strategy is a lot more like you'd go to whatever the appropriate depth is, and you just start making these tunnels in each direction. I'm curious about that water up there. Versus this one, it seems like just digging broadly looking for stuff is just not the play. It's fine. The Minecraft right now is like these caves. We just wander around to find ores. Well, that's good, because like I said, it really felt like in the past when I'd messed with it forever ago. Like, you could go in there and you'd find, like, the occasional, like, copper or iron node or whatever it was. But it definitely felt like, okay, you're just not gonna get your time's worth. Alright. Let's get a cave update that really overhauled it. That's good. Like I said, it's those things like when you played way back, you're like, alright, I'm gonna go exploring all these caves, and after you go through your like 8th or 9th cave and go like, these suck, you would just start strip mining or doing like the tunnels or whatever. I actually recommend retrying Minecraft. Just look at the new stuff, even if you don't do it much. Cave bases are pretty cool nowadays. Yeah, no, it's always one of those things. My issue with Minecraft is like I played the crap out of that game when it was relatively new. And it just, I played so much of it, I just kind of really seriously burnt myself out. And it's just kind of those ones that I go back, and they usually have a little bit of fun, like for a very brief time, and then very quickly that burnout just sets right back in. Alright, so it's pretty much going to be time to go. I pushed my inventory as far as I could push it, and I didn't think to bring a teleporter with me, so there's no racing home real fast. Yeah, it's kind of what happened, is like, I would boot up the game, and I'd play for like, maybe an hour or two, and then like, already be like, I need a break. And it's just kind of one of those things, like, do I think interesting? In Minecraft, you need more time than that. Hey! So we should be on good on the cobalt by the time we get out of here. I'll deal with you right now. Alright. Yeah, let's actually, with the character sheet, because we got these two things on either side that I don't know what those are about. It would be nice if these were accessory slots. And that, like, we could do, again, like, kind of Terraria thing of, like, oh, well, this one makes you run faster, that one makes you do more damage, that one gives you more mining range, this one lets you breathe underwater. You get the idea. Then we got some variants there to, yeah, stamina, whatever it ends up being. So we're out of inventory again. Take those. Alright. This means almost certainly my pickaxe is going to break on its way up. Just looking to see if we have an obvious, like, this path goes up situation. Nope. So up we go here. It'll be really nice when we get the inventory upgrades. I should probably go by the temple and see where we're at so far as that. I also haven't been seeing very many new creatures in a while. There's a rail over there. Let's go see what the rail's about. Okay. So close. Well, and be real, that's not that useful of a thing, but okay. You never know. Could have had really cool stuff. But yeah, no, like, I feel in a lot of ways for, like, Minecraft where they don't have the accessories like Terraria. Instead, they have the enchant system. It'd definitely be nice to have that for, like, character customization, that kind of thing. Alright, come on. Alright, before we go anywhere, let's grab the sand at least. Alright, so directly in front of me is the bug area. Let's deliberately go a little bit to the left of that, try to avoid that. Let's see, modded Minecraft can be fun. Yeah, I just don't like modding. Ow. Oh, it's a cactus. I'm just not big. Ow. Oh, okay. Alright. I was confused how I kept getting hit from behind by a cactus when I clearly didn't walk through one. Wait. I'm sorry, I had to... Oh, you're light leather. I expect you to be heavy. But yeah, no, it's just a thing I prefer not going too heavy on the modding. Like, I love that modding is a thing in some of these games. You seriously recommend the create mod? Like I said, I just don't enjoy modding my games. I end up finding I spend more time troubleshooting, all that kind of stuff. And I've had people swear up and down this, that, and other mod are stable and won't mess up your game and yada yada, and then I get soft locked in a game because the mod breaks something critical, or the mod ends up, I get the version and it has a bug in it and that. I'm glad the modding scene exists there. It's just not a thing I enjoy doing. I'd rather play my games versus than mod my games. I will grab, like, really, really light quality of life mods. So, like, I did grab the one mod that just barely extended the range of the, crafting benches. But that's kind of it. No, and it could be 100%, you know, stable and all that. My personal preference is I just prefer not to mod games. I tend to find a lot of times, like, when a game comes to, like, game balance and all that, a lot of times mods will swear up and down that they're balanced, then you actually go in there and they're, like, beyond absurdly overtuned and everything. Or the number of times I've gone, I played a mod, and, like, you know, people swear it's, you know, stable and up and down, like, up and down there, and then it's soft-locked or whatever. Because that's what happened with me with, Stardew Expanding and Ridgeside Village mod. Is those are mods that people are like, oh, they've been around forever, they're super stable, don't worry, like, it'll be good. And then I played it and we got our save soft locked that I couldn't fix it. I had to basically give up on the run. Because it was a quest story for Ridgeside Village. Like, one of the last quests, too, is supposed to open a portal, and the portal just straight up didn't disappear. We got some of the, hey, spider. I got some of the people working on the mod to give me a bunch of different commands to try and force the portal to spawn anyways, because they verified I'd done it right, and none of it worked. And they're like, well, you're just probably gonna have to wait to the next version. So, you know, I was streaming that, so I went on to do other things. Eventually I did circle back and did that mod again, and it worked fine the second time. But like I said, that had been at the point in that run we had been in 40, 50, 60 something hours. And that, so there's that one I got soft locked on. What was the other game? Oh, it was Kenshi. No, was it Kenshi? There's been 2 or 3 games that on this... Why are you attacking me? You're a stupid little fox. I mean, you brought that in yourself, man. There's been like 2 or 3 games that I've done some modding on the channel, and each and every time we've gotten soft locks on almost all of them. So it's just a thing I just don't even do anymore. Because honestly, prior to that, the only game I ended up modding it all was Terraria. Like on any meaningful level. It's not that I never ran a mod, but like I said, it's usually super light stuff like a quality of life mod, that kind of thing. Okay, what do I want to throw on the ground? There you go. Yes, no, maybe. Alright, so let's see what the progress we have in the Forgotten Temple is. Because they have where you discover more and more stuff and you'll unlock things. I should also keep an eye on our traders here. So it's not you, it's you. So you sell... Well, actually, wait. You got more tab. You do have a recipe here for a meat pie, but I probably won't use that. Not really. Okay, so record the memories. Alright, so that lets me have 2 more teleporters and the backpack upgrade 2. And we already had the thing where we can make that, so we can make the backpack upgrade, which is good. Let's see, create is a purely mechanical mod where you create mechanisms to do things like chop down trees, auto farms, etc. And not most of the older tech mods where you'd have a bench to fulfill the stupid requirements and all that. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, no, honestly, that's probably not a mod I would do anyways. I like factory automation games. I sure play a decent number of them. But like, I don't know, I've never felt the need for a game like this to be like, no, I need to get my factory automation in here. Like, I enjoy Factorio and Satisfactory. I've done full playthroughs of those in the stream. We've done actually quite a few factory automation games recently between Mind Mogul and Alchemy Factory, and there was I think one other one we did just the other week. And that's the survival crafter games. Don't feel like too much. I feel like Vintage Story does about the amount I would want, where it's just like, okay, you can have it bang out an ingot kind of for you. But that's also Vintage Story where like crafting an ingot is a whole process. You don't just slap it in a furnace and walk away. Alright. Drop all that off. You know, you need 100,000 oakwood for a mega structure. You're not in creative. Yeah, I mean, when I did lots of Minecraft, a lot of stuff I would do is like, alright, I'm gonna build a Coliseum. I want to make it out of the smooth stone. Okay, let me go ahead real quick and just put down thousands of these. I'll grab that stack of wood. You know, just go ahead and like knock out literal thousands of these. Get, you know, your 8 smelters just churning away at them constantly. But to me, the collecting of the materials is one of the key parts of the whole thing. Taking that away kind of took away a great deal from what I was actually working on. Alright, so the storage thing, I can't put this off any longer. This is continuing to escalate more and more. It's got to be dealt with. I might actually have enough thorium and cobalt by the time this is done to do one of those benches. So let's drop you in there and get you processed. Oh, interesting. It's showing that I can break down the stone. What do you break down into, though? Ah! That's actually kind of useful. I don't want it right now, but it is useful. Alright. So, I need an actual storage room and an actual production space. So I've got choices. One is we can plan to get this out of here, make this into an intersection, and I go that way. Or two is we start moving our base, like so far as storage stuff, to the skull. I feel like for the sake of not losing our minds, going this way will be the lesser of evils. Too late, mine gone. I mean, that's fair too. So I didn't have any more repair kits. Let's go make one of those. But the skull is the greater evil. I mean, yes. You're not wrong. Yeah, as diminishing returns on the pickaxe are getting pretty bad. I mean, do we want to make it the skull? We can make it the skull. Make ourselves a dedicated crafting and all that spot down in here. How much space do I have to work with? That's a real question. Yes, there is diminishing returns. Every time you repair it, its max durability goes down by 30, until it reaches 30, at which point it won't let you repair it anymore. That said, it starts at 300, so you basically get like 10 repairs out of it before it's like time to replace. So it's actually not too shabby. Okay, so assume that's how far we can go for our big storage area. Okay. No, I think it's fine, because otherwise you make one of each pickaxe and then all ore loses all meaning. So, like, it's kind of one of those things. It depends on how hard something is to make and how hard it is to locate the material. If it's one of those things that, like, okay, I've got to go, you know, I got to beat the big dragon with its internal heart, and it's this, like, slog of a fight, and I finally get through it, and then, you know, I use that to make a pickaxe. Sure, it should be permanently not lose durability, because it's a huge pain in the butt to do that. But it was just like, yeah, just go down. You'll get enough ore for like 10 pickaxes. It's fine. It's whatever. That doesn't bother me that there's durability and that's not particularly long-lived. There's definitely a balance to be had with all that. I remember back when Terraria first was coming out that it had durability as well. I am real happy they got rid of it for that one. Alright, we're making our, like, dedicated workspace. Yep, so if you look at that, it's at 120. And now I use it again. Now if I mouse over again, it's at 90. So the entire game is economy or socially based, permanent items are a game's death. Yeah. Well, like I said, for a game like this, I'd even argue that stuff, you know, decaying has a value. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, stuff wearing out has an importance to it. And I believe there is... Ooh, wait, was there a setting to turn off durability? I can't actually remember. Okay. As you can probably imagine, I'm just opening up this space to be really large. We'll start stacking up tons and tons of boxes in here. We'll get our crafting stuff set up. And this will be the, you know, the quote-unquote workshop. Okay, so let's see. So you start at this height. Okay, so you go one tile higher. So needless to say, we're going to go through another cobalt pickaxe here, which I'm okay with. When I mean going through, I mean it'll be done. Because like I said, with the diminishing returns, it's now down to 60. So I've got one more repair, and then it'll never work again. Oh, I didn't want to drop that. Alright. So long as they don't use the... You need an adamantine pickaxe for void fire to mine this... Oh, it has 5 durability, requires greater fire essence of void heart. Yeah, no, like, that's the thing. If you look at the pickaxe requirements and all that, almost all, like, even the higher end ones, it's like, I need a couple bars of whatever the metal is. Oh, also, I need, like, a couple units of leather and a stick. Yeah, because they're gonna have anything. Like, I would be okay even if, like, you got to the highest level pickaxe, and then once you hit the highest level pickaxe, you could smash, like, the fire heart or whatever garbage weapon or item it is. And, like, once you did that, you could make it so that specific item didn't have a durability loss. Or, like, you know, the idea of, like, enchantments or whatever, where you could then go and say, alright, well, I want to enchant this where it could mine faster, it could do this faster, it could give you more yield, whatever. But one of the options would be just, it doesn't take durability damage. So you miss out on all the extra free stuff. Or, like, the faster speed or whatever. But then you just don't need to, you know, repair it. Or that, like, you still have to repair it, but it removes the diminishing return, so you can just keep repairing it forever. Which would certainly be a cost reduction. Alright, and this will be the very last time we repair it. And you notice how much faster it's breaking now. Because we have lowered its max durability by a ton. Yeah, now obviously for an enchant like that, they'd want to have a pretty high cost. Because you'd be saving yourself a lot in the long run. But that could be a thing that makes sense, though. As like a chase thing to do, is, you know, get the special item that's really valuable and kind of a pain in the butt to get a hold of. And then use that to enchant your weapon to have, like, the strongest enchant. Alright, it can no longer be repaired. So let's break these last few bricks. And then we're going to head back. Yeah, best utility enchant. Yep. Because a lot of games that's actually one of my complaints is they'll have enchants. But when you look at the enchants, it'll be like, okay, you can have the one that's slightly faster, or the slightly faster than the slightly faster one, or the slightly faster than the slightly faster than the slightly faster one. Okay, that's the entire list. So they're all kind of like direct upgrades about like this one's just better than the other one kind of thing. Okay, you're still processing all this. Alright. So for boxes, we have small boxes, high roll chest, yeah, so I'm suspecting when it says small and large box, I'm guessing the only difference is I'm willing to bet the large box is probably simply having like two of them next to each other. Now, while it'll be very annoying to do the Blackwood ones of all the things there, I do think the Blackwood ones are the correct ones for me to do for our purposes. Because, you know, they got a skull on them. And so, we should lean into that crap. So that does mean I need to make the Blackwood planks, and unfortunately I don't have much of that. Where's the cedar? Alright. Excuse me? Oh, that's darkwood, not blackwood. For the burnt logs? Those are deadwood, right? No, those are blackwood. Alright. Oh, right, I'm also going to, before we do that, I'm also going to have to pull up the floor. No, it's Alright, so we finally got that thorium sorted. That's the catch. Is with the cobalt, if I process that, then I'm not going to have enough cobalt to make my other stuff. Take you, stack you, stack you. Alright, so We've got the chest. Actually, wait. Do I have the polished? So we've got the volcanic ornate blocks. We've got the shale ornate blocks. I don't need that. We could do the dark temple furniture I made previously. Put that to use. We could turn those into volcanic brick. Take the volcanic. Drop the rest off. We could do this. So this bottom area will be a different aesthetic entirely. Okay. So we can put the shale away. Alright, so that should be something worth doing. You need more furnaces? I'm not super worried about that. Was a pretty big binger of a trip. The big question here is the pickaxe situation. Because I've got enough there to do that. I'd rather focus on upgrade my bench now and regret my life decisions later. Oh no, it only takes 20. Okay, that's not bad. I thought it took 30 of the cobalt. So work, bench, 3. Just a little bit more adamantite, and we would be able to make that. So now there's no recipe on here we can't make. There's the, Wait, I still have 38? What? Okay. You are missing the items required for... Oh, unlock backpack. Oh, when consumed. All right. Oh, that's weird. I'm not sure I feel about it being like this. I'd rather that was just one inventory. Does it at least come... Okay, at least it comes up each time if I have that arrow. I'm pretty mixed feelings about that, actually. I'd rather it be just one big inventory that we just increase. Having a whole separate dedicated tab to it kind of is going to be obnoxious after a while. Yeah, it's not the first time I've seen that, but I do, because you can switch these, and I get it's a UI thing. I kind of wish it was just that. What does make me curious is why I have one memory here, but the others, I mean, maybe in the area it's the only memory I've unlocked. Okay, so you're fully maxed out, so we need adamantite for you. I need more of basically everything for you. Only new memory? Yeah, that's a curiosity. Oh, it's the only new memory since the last time we went and dropped off. Okay, wait a second. That does actually make sense. We could potentially make the other thing. I'm gonna avoid making those right now. It doesn't seem like that's quite implemented yet. Right, we're still back to the pickaxe situation. Okay, there's our replacement. Is this game on Steam? It is not on Steam yet. They have talked about it will eventually be on Steam, but while it's early access, they've opted to not do so. They didn't want, you know, the early access reviews to, you know, kind of hurt the game early on. It's not a thing I necessarily agree with personally, but it's whatever. It's fine. I don't think it's a major deal either way. Alright, so let's go pop over here. So yeah, you just go to Hytale. I think it's Hytale.com. It's the name of the game, like you see in the category section. And you buy it there. Oh, let's make a couple of the green fires. One, two, three. Oh no, we're out of iron. Whatever will we do? As if we don't have a bajillion iron. The other thing to keep in mind with stuff like the furnaces in this game is you don't just build a furnace, you build a furnace, then you upgrade it, all that kind of things. Okay. Yeah, no, I noticed the other side wasn't quite as wide. I'm trying to just get the torches here in the interim. Just so we can actually see what the heck I'm doing down here. Alright. And that'll be a matter of picking up the floor. And once I picked up the floor, we can go ahead and put down these tiles. And have kind of our big crafting / storage area. We're gonna end up needing more torches, but that's just a matter of going back to our smelter and dropping off the iron occasionally. It'll hit a point where I'll be like running everything back and forth. Alright. What I really feel like we need to do is we need to make an animal pen for keeping animals in here. But like, you know, fully enclose it with caging and all that, and some lava stone on the bottom, so it's got like that nice molten glow. Because it's no good to have like an evil volcano mountain layer if you know you're not doing that kind of stuff. Gotta raise hell chickens? Exactly. You don't just raise a hound in a mountain layer, you raise a hellhound. There's a difference. Alright, once we pull this up, we can go ahead and put down the volcanic rock stuff. And then it's a matter of, we still need to find more adamantite. We've got the upgraded benches for the most part. So things we're going to work on next is I'm going to need cobalt, which is the blue ore that's actually in the biome I'm in right now. Which isn't the surprise, is like, we've seen a bunch of the blue ore on the surface here, yet as I'm digging around in this mountain, we're finding literal zero. So my expectation is that we're going to want to dig down, find ourselves any tunnel system, and then just spelunk through the tunnel system looking for a bunch of cobalt like we did with the thorium a couple minutes ago. Do that to unlock the weapons bench to the higher tier. And there'll be a matter of trying to score enough adamantite. Okay. Okay, let's go up here real quick because I can't see crap. And check on the iron and all that. So you're still doing your thing, that's fine. It definitely seems like while I'm not here, it just doesn't function. Which makes sense. It's not my favorite, but it does make sense. So we've got the brick here, we've got all that. We've got more shale, which that's full too. Alright. So they're stuck waiting on that anyways. Let's go ahead. Oh, for those who didn't see this place from the outside, by the way, if we just pop over here to the next mountain over, it's our big skull layer. So we've got our big skull sticking out of the side of it. I feel like the nose could also be a little taller too. All right. That's cool. Skull Man needs angry eyebrows. It's really hard to do that just because making diagonals and all that. So we still have another one of these. So I'll need more floor. Oh, I got some more right here. Oh, you're the wrong kind. Hang on. the wrong design floor. That's the design I'm thinking about for the walls. All right. Definitely want to do a lot more with this place over time. It's going to take some work, but we'll worry about that when we get there. They're going to want to do more to decorate this spot as well. You actually aren't in the right place. Right there. Because we need to have this back wall too. All right. Cool, so we got that done. I still have 28 left of you. I probably can't just switch those in my hand. Let's go pop back over here. I can switch those out for the floor tiles. And see how that works out for us. There we go. And pop right back up. And little by little, we're getting this whole place looking nice. So definitely need more volcanic stone. That's not going to be a surprise. We're going to almost certainly have to get more by going down below. Alright, so the question then is, how do I want to handle the chests? I've been leaning towards putting them along the outside wall here. Start with that. Okay, won't really be able to do the other ones till later. Alright, so for you, for right now, you're just random blocks I don't care about. Oh, there was more in there. Random blocks I don't care about can just go in there. Alright. It's now going to pop up here. Grab you. Drop a stack of that in. And grab all the other random blocks you don't care about. So I'm going to probably want to do with this is when we go down here, I have like this one here. You can be stone. You'll be dirt of some kind. We'll count clay for dirt for our purposes here. So give me the sand. We'll have ice will have its own box. There's all the ice stuff. Alright, so we can slowly empty out this storage. So yeah, so one wall is gonna be just like all that kind of crap right now. And it's gonna overfill. Okay. And your dirt. A lot of used dirt. That's dirt. That's dirt. We'll count mud and soil as dirt. Poison roots right now is also going to be dirt. Is it really dirt? No. Are we gonna pretend it's dirt? Yes. All right. And all these fancy blocks, you can leave those alone for right now. That's wood. Okay. So that's all good. Now the catch is for a lot of those boxes down there, I am going to need volcanic materials. There's the burnt. Okay, so I got that pretty much sorted. So the next move here is let's start grabbing all like our ores and ingots and stuff like that. So for this, let's grab all of our ore. And honestly, I'll have the space, so grab the emeralds and all that as well. Alright, and where's the gold box? There you are. That's all our shards and essences. Take the spice rack back. Yep, start with that. We're gonna try and separate those out into their own boxes. So this is the metal ingots box, so all the ingots go in here. I'll put the essences and the shards all in the same box, right? Not that. Like, all that can be in the same box right now. I will probably split those off in their own boxes later. But for right now, that'll be fine. Oh, it teleported me twice. So it's all fine, that's all fine. How are you doing over here? You're getting through most of that. We'll grab the leather, I think. There's another shard here. The fabric we can grab. Grab the void heart for right now. And thank you, Stitch, for the 15 stream streak. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. And thank you again, always, for all the extra times tuning in and all that good stuff. So let's see. So there's the sapphire. That goes in with that set. I'll toss the leather and the cloth all in here. And the void hearts. Cool. Alright, so the next box... Go ahead and start getting the woodworking. Alright. So we got you, you're all the metals and all that. This will be the wood box. That's sand, that shouldn't go in there. Now the black planks are something else. It also struck me that when we're shift tabbing, it's not putting stuff in that bar. I wonder if when we do this, it'll pull from there to make it worth my while to start putting, like, torches and all that in that bar. So sand can go in here. For right now, I'll just toss it down there. I lied, I won't toss it down there. Okay. Yeah, but what we're gonna probably need to do is make some more teleporters. And we can go in the teleporter right now that goes up. Here we go. Alright, so it didn't quite last up. Okay, so good news is it did almost get me to my lair. It was glitched out like the last inch. It couldn't figure out quite where to put me. Okay, so there's all the wood. Like I said, those planks, I'll probably have them be in their own separate thing. Yeah, that one wasn't too bad. And considering we're just literally teleporting back and forth again and again, it's not surprising that sooner or later we're running into stuff. So really quick, we're going to pop you two out of here. Then put you back in. That's all fine. We can worry about that in a minute. That's food. That's... We're actually getting a lot of our stuff already over here. What was the other thing? Oh, right. It was, I want more lamps. But now I don't have the ingots and all that. Alright, so you're going to be the first bench coming with me. Because we're at the point where I want the bench on the other side. Yep, so once we get the charcoal and the iron here, we'll be good. So drop off you. Alright. Hytale's going really well. So you're coming with me. You're coming... Those gave me the materials back. Interesting. When I hit the bench and I got a bunch of materials, like, don't you dare. Don't you dare do this. Yeah, so it gave me the base bench, but then all the upgrade materials, it gave me those back separate, which is fine. There's just a very momentary being like, did you just take half my stuff? Because I would have been real salty if that was the case. But it did not. It just chose to handle it in a little bit of a weird way. It's probably where if you got in a situation where you didn't have what you need to build another bench or whatever, you could be like, oh, wait a second. Or to build the next thing. You'd be like, oh, wait a second. Cool. Yeah, so that's all upgrade exactly where it was before on the other side. Cool, cool, cool. No loss. Much Pirate Software do some dev stuff today? It's amazing what you could do with the skybox particle. Yeah, notice especially like those highly visible things though. Yeah, the high visibility stuff can be pretty big. Yeah, it's basically just down to the plant matter there. And all the stuff we got going here. Alright, I guess the next thing is give me all plant. Yeah, I can see it being useful. I think I'm in the same camp as I'd rather just gave me the bench and skipped the other part. Alright, so plants time. Which will likely need to be separated out later into like subcategories for plants. Alright, after this, we're going for the adamantite. And I'm pretty sure the way I'm going to be handling that is going underground kind of thing. Yep, let's see, Parks in particular, he was really happy because Minecraft, where he did a lot of dev work on modding a personal server, has a hard no particles, with only redstone extreme workarounds existing for particles. Gotcha. Well, that's good to know. Hi, wifey.
Hi, puppy. I like kissing the huppy.
Yeah.
Can I give you anything? Is there anything you need?
No, but you should check out my home I've built. Give me 1 second. I gotta run over to this side so you can get a view from afar.
Okay. Excellent.
There's a village down there in the distance.
Okay.
You know, as you do.
Yeah, of course. You need someone to, you know, look down on, obviously.
Obviously.
Hi, Cindy and Cookie. Hi, Alpha Stitch. Hi, Snowball 1717.
First, there's that one, and then there's the house I started with.
People on their name often put the year they were born. So, like, Snowball 1717 must be boy.
I'm just waiting for rude.
Hi, our niche or niche 77. Well, I love you.
I love you too.
Be handsome.
Can't say what I'm not. Yeah, so we're just getting our new workspace ready down here. This is not where these are gonna go, but I didn't realize, I forgot about the fact that the floor is missing here, so that'll be good enough for a minute. So I've already moved most of the stuff over here. Yeah, your username trips everyone up. Yep. It seems like when I switch locations, we have that that bar up here there. Okay, so I've got you. You're still just churning away. Honestly, it's probably time to go like this. Got this as you here. Alright. So we're gonna go ahead and run down here, put these last couple things in place. And as I mentioned, what we can probably do in the interim. It's not quite what we're looking for, but it's what's gonna happen for right now. We can go over here and get this all set up. So what we're definitely going to need to do is get down below and get some lava stone. Now, rather than just going down below to get the lava stone and being like, okay, was this really a good use of our time? Oh, I probably have everything I need to upgrade you, don't I? Oh, were you actually too far away to do it? It's okay. I'm not super fussed about upgrading this. Like, I don't really care about the potions, I'm gonna be honest. And you are gonna go right there. I actually want it to be higher than it is, but, you know, it is what it is. Alright, and with that... So we can go to... Is it you? Alright. Make more portals. What bench am I forgetting? Armors, blacksmiths, furniture, workbench. It's furniture, right? There we go. Yeah. I was tripping myself up. Okay, my reason not spacing these is that. That way this whole room doesn't have to be dark. For a moment, chuck all of you random stuff here and there. The plant box is full. It's not part of the plan. I could probably turn you... Well, not with the potatoes. I could probably turn you... Oh, I got food in there. That's the problem. Put you back. Well, I have a food box back there, don't I? Alright, because what's probably going to happen is, like I said, we're going to likely seek out a different different volcano biome. Because the one we went to didn't have... There we go. Didn't have much that we cared for. Oh, we've also got you. You can keep the bed. It's fine. Alright. Actually, well, the chest would line up to be over there. So grab me the chests. Put you there. We'll have all the pre-constructed tiles. Go here. I've got the shredder thing I forgot about. Because this wall I'm kind of treating as like, here's all of our blocks. You know, here's like just the various furniture, that kind of garbage, blocks, sand, dirt, all that. Is it meat? Yeah, now that was, I was discussing things the other day, I think it was with Dream, and just kind of chit-chatting about, like, you know, our different experiences in the game and all that. And I made the comment, like, you know, someone was asking about automation in the game, and I was like, you know, I don't think there's automation. And it's like, you know, exactly what do you think you'd want to automate? And the was like, oh, you know, I'd probably want to automate something like farming. And I was like, you don't need to automate farming. It's like, I don't have any kind of automation of farming. I haven't been prioritizing at all stuff around that. And I am up to my eyeballs. Just absolutely up to my eyeballs in in food. Like, cannot handle more food. It's like, it's cool that you want to. Like, I remember taking the time in Minecraft to, like, set up the whole thing where you'd have, like, you'd plant the whole thing and, like, dump the water on it so all the crops would pop up and wash them down below, and then you just replant them really fast. Yeah, endless seeds are basically the automation. Yep, I'd agree. You just kind of run back in and just pick them up. Alright, so evaluating, we went to, down here was the lava island that I currently have a teleporter. So if we look at our teleport, can I see how many teleporters we can handle? Let's do some science. I'm assuming this will tell me no after a bit. You actually say the end of the seeds are much better? I don't disagree. So 1, 2... Okay, so I got 2 more teleporters I can build before I hit my capacity. I want to see what our actual limit was. Because if we really look at this, the Ash and the Underworld teleporters are basically to the same place. So we switch that to the Underworld. That's this area. The Ash teleporter is straight up that ladder. Well, that's a weird place for you to put me. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go here to the Ash teleporter. Okay. Because this is the cooler place here. Yeah, it's fun for the ominous glow. We've got this up here. And for right now, you'll stay up here because I don't think it makes sense for me to have a farm down where I was at. Because at this point, we basically have shut down this base for all purposes. We can still come back there. The bottom will take us to volcanic stone and all that, which is still something I can use. That's actually what the rest of this floor, that's why this floor isn't done. Okay, so the campfire. We can put up there. For the tannery, we can put that back down below. Alright. We've also got more of the torches. So one would end up going up there. We have one on this corner. And honestly, when I get the whole floor built, I might just mush those together. I was kind of thinking about having a lane in the middle. But I think we mush them together, and that give me room for maybe another row of the chests. Meanwhile, I don't remember. Are you the food box? Yeah. Have even more food. Okay, so In the meantime, I've got food, I've got teleporters, I've got some repair kits. We should probably make a couple more repair kits, which would be you. Alright. You might consider a different chest type under those for the 2 high chests. I'm actually not sure we won't be allowed to stack these. We probably will actually be allowed to stack these. Yep. Okay, so we're down to just the 2 stacks there. I don't want to wait on that, but that's low enough I can chuck those there. Okay, so with this, we are off to an adventure. So target is going to be Adorable Big Eye Thing Town. Is that Troublemaker visiting again? Do we need to deal with them? Alright, so we check our map here. I vaguely recall there was a big island of a burnt area over here to the west. And that's kind of where I'm thinking I want to head. So I want to head there, and then we're going to dig down in that location. Because we are going to be looking for all that. And this is more cedar. What was the cedar I needed it for? What did I need the cedar for? I'm blanking on that one. The cedar was dark wood, I believe. They used the dark wood to upgrade the one table. Oh yeah. It was I think it was the black wood was for the chest. I don't remember what we used for that. Well, that's redwood. I want that. Oh, right. The cedar would be right. No, you're right. Is burnt wood. Well, I'm heading to an area that's going to have burnt wood if everything goes according to plan. I have collected a new memory for Trilobite. Right, yeah, no, it was, the cedar was dark wood, but for the chests I used black wood, because black wood and dark wood are 2 different things. Alright. But the hope here is that the other big island there we saw, where it's all burnt up and all that, that if we go under it, we'll find a different biome. Oh, right, but we were here... Well, no, the first burnt one we went to the very first day, I think. We'll see what's underneath here. Because I was basically told that there was some fix they made where some of these lava areas got a different biome under them that had the adamantine or whatever. That I was searching in the right place, but just the way it spawned in, I didn't get what I was looking for. But that would have been the end of stream yesterday that we came out here. Underwater? No, not underwater. You believe that test is only on test version? Gotcha. I don't imagine Drongo is running. No, look. Yeah, no, I mean, there's like a shelf. There's lots of copper down here. Looks like that could be anything, because sometimes that far away they won't load in the color. That might be cobalt, and that's copper. Yeah, so try and get over here to this lava area. Gotcha, they said they're going to put in the test branch last night. Gotcha. I'm going to have to figure out how I access the test branch. Because most likely I'm going to need to be on that to keep up with what's going on. Because I don't think Drongo was on the test branch last night. I could be wrong. But maybe, maybe not. I thought there were hostile ones. I know we saw hammerhead sharks and all that. One second. Yes, that's a hammerhead. That's a humpback. There's a shipwreck there, but the problem is, like, I can barely go down at all before we start drowning. So very much the, I don't know if they're actually hostile. I know when I was hanging out in Drongo's stream, he was talking about, like, he was all excited because he built his home on a lake. Do we have a map to mark it on? No. So there's no, like, putting a mark, like, inventory, being like, oh, here's ore, here's this, here's a ruin, here's that. The map only keeps what's rendered in around you. And then on top of that, I'm allowed to put one pin down on the map, but that pin doesn't even persist between, like, if I close the game and all that stuff. Well, hello. I see a pocket of air. Okay. We haven't seen any ore at all yet. But we are underneath there. And I have the unfortunate feeling they're gonna run into one of these situations where it's just this. Hey Bentley, how's it going? They're gonna run into Norway situations where we're gonna go down here. Oh, well, there's a single unit of iron. We're not here for iron. Okay. Oh, mines, they have children. I mean, there's some interesting enemies down here that we might question their age. Okay, is that the biome switch? No, that's where we popped into that area previously. We've already explored that area. We explored at the end of yesterday's stream. It's actually technically not in this tunnel, but in this general area is where we started today's stream. So what I might end up doing here is this is very heavily making me think that this has got that same jungle underground biome thing. That didn't get what we were looking at. So what I might actually do here in a minute is we might boot out of the game for just a minute. Switch over to the test branch. Oh, wait, never mind. Disregard. That's all I cared, is that we would actually be able to find that. But it looks like I can find that down here. That's what was important. Because it's about to be like, this is going to suck if I'm like literally trapped from being able to get the ore. So I'm looking either for a good place to climb up. Over there looks like a good spot. Or another cave system down there. But ultimately that's what we're looking for. Is cave systems down below. Or just like straight up ore. Because that's what we're here for, is we're here for the red ore. Straight down? Oh, you mean just digging straight down? Yeah, that's what'll happen if we don't see an obvious cave. Alright, we've learned. Don't you do it. Hey, can you breathe down there? So that's the answer. I was actually intending to fight you. We're not gonna bother going to the bottom for the other essence. All right. All right, so now I can go here. And ash. And just a precaution, I'm going to wind that out just a little farther. Yeah, I'm expecting him to not drown. No, I'm willing to bet they just have, like, a standard class or whatever for the different enemies and all that. Gotcha, so it's mushrooms. Yeah, so this biome we're at here definitely has the ore we're looking for. Okay. I have no idea how much I want or need of this ore. We're just gonna take what we can get. Why does my fire only go 2 inches away? I say, I'm gonna be really sad if we jumped all that way down and there's just nothing here. Such a troll game. Missed one? Oh, thank you. Well, so let's see where we're at. So we're pretty center in the island. Yeah, I'll plan to dig this out to the north. Man, I wish this torch was brighter. That's kind of one of my asks. It would be nice to have the lantern be something you can just hold in your hand. And then if you do hold in your hand, it'd be like the torch but brighter. And also to be able to hold in your hand while placing blocks. It's kind of frustrating to try and build stuff right now, and you can't see 90% of the time. Or a belt attachment accessory for their lantern or something. But I like the idea that you could make the lantern and make it progressively out of better materials, and it would just give it a bit more range. I think that's a reasonable compromise for a lot of that stuff. You can go into creative mode, go find torch, and switch its torch light radius. Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of that kind of stuff you can do. And a patch of snow in here. Okay. Do you think they'll nerf daggers? No. I think they're utility-wise very strong, but I don't think they're like so strong that's like, oh no, these gotta get nerfed. And the reason I say that is, while sure there's the utility where the lunge in, bounce out is extremely powerful, there are enemies that are smart enough to counter it where when you lunge in, they slap you as you're popping in real quick, but they got a good amount of range to them. And with those enemies, you don't really have a good answer with the dagger. You just kind of gotta endure that. I said this is snow, it's just ash. Yes, we're up to 13 adamantium. Alright, 1 second. What's changed? All right. Sucks to be you down there, doesn't it? Yeah, it'd be nice if it's daytime and I can actually explore with any visibility at all. Yeah, during the day it's not so bad. But because of how dark it is at night, it's really hard to do much of anything here. That's fine. It's got my big issue is the classic, you just can't see. So you can't really do much of anything. Alright. There's a torch down there. Oh, is this the giant gaping chasm? Yeah, so this whole area down here we explored. It was this cool like little underwater dungeon thing. There wasn't a whole lot down there, but it was neat to explore. I think up there was where I got out. Yeah, so I marked it so I could find my way back in later. Let's put the rest of these there, because I don't really have much left. Yeah, this place would be fun to explore if it was brighter. Like, it should be daytime. I mean, it's still a while, still daytime. Because I could be walking like right along where some adamantine or other good stuff is. But since I can only see like about 4 tiles ahead of me, who knows? And also, like, for example, you notice I deliberately hesitated on that second stab. That was the thing I kind of figured out with those. Is if you lunge at them and they happen to grapple you at the same time, it just straight up launches you. So it's a good way to get yourself killed by just hucking yourself into lava or off a ledge or something, since they usually are in areas with lava. I figured I want these for the chests anyways. I can yoink them up while we're wandering around aimlessly in the dark. It'll also give me better visibility in the future. Oh, I thought I saw red. Alright. Bye. That's not what I wanted? I can see nothing here. I need to find someplace I can see at least a little bit. Like, I'm down to fight him, but I'm scared I'm just gonna, like, walk into a hole in the ground. Like that one. Because I can't see crap. Alright. There's a good chance a bunch of those little crevices will be good for checking for ore once it's bright enough to see. Alright, so the thing we're going to do is we're going to teleport back, drop off our junk, and maybe process a little adamantite and see if that's enough for us to get a pick. We can also use some of the volcanic ore. So start with you. You're still processing iron, which is fair enough. And now you're not. Stack all you. Stack all you. Stack all you. Yep. That's fine. Cool, that's the slate. And we've got volcanic. Not a lot of it, but I do have some volcanic. Alright. So we should be able to go to you. No. It wasn't that. It was over here on... Where's the workbench? I rearranged stuff, so it's absolute hell for me to find anything right now. We can go ahead and scrap that. Furniture, blacksmith, builders. Alright, so the volcanic. Honestly, the ornate blackwood planks look pretty sick. But then we also have the dark chest there. Okay, so let's start with this. We didn't actually get that much. Of those blocks. But we did get enough to put that down. So drop you off, and for the workbench over here. And with that, we can get the adamantine or adamantite pickaxe. I'll keep the cobalt one for right now as well. And I don't have enough ore for... Actually, I do. Okay, and there's the adamantite hatchet. So for the moment, the way I think I'm going to handle it is I am just going to stash those. And we're going to use these two until they're basically done. That there's no reason to try repairing them anymore. At that stage, I will switch over to the adamantine ones, and then we'll be good. So you'd probably be a plants. Let's put this in just over here. You know what? Mushroom blocks are going to be considered dirt for our purposes. And the wood box is here. So we can drop that off for making more boxes. And then I had my stove up here. So we got the plants. So the problem we're starting to run into with the plants is the fiber. I just keep getting more and more and more plant fiber, and I don't really have a use for it. Well, let's snag the petals out of there. Let's put the petals here and the bone there. Okay. Cool, so that's still going strong. Alright. So hopefully that's killed a little bit of time, so maybe the sun can start coming back up. It's now where I meant to go. The mushroom blocks are either dirt or wood. Exactly. Alright, so for you, I'm going to switch you over to ash. It does look like the sun's coming up. Let's start running around, see if we can't checking some of these cracks in the planet. Ow. Man, these are so hard to navigate. Okay, so we've got a path down below. Just checking to make sure it's not just easy surface adamantine there. Alright, let's go down to this tunnel, see if we get lucky. Oh, how expensive are repair kits? They are an iron, a light leather, and some cloth scraps. They're relatively cheap. But there are diminishing returns on how much you can do with them. After a couple of them, like when I say a couple, it's like 10. Like basically each time. How many can I stack? Oh, like 5 or something. I actually don't know what the limit is off the top of my head. I want to say it was a decent amount, but not a huge amount. But yeah, that's the reason I have a stack of like 4 or 5 on me. So I can repair my pickaxe. It's kind of like having the equivalent of not quite 5 pickaxes. Because again, each time I repair it, how long it lasts gets a little bit shorter. Okay. Didn't find anything down there. Alright. I don't know if it's the same when I jumped down last time, but I'm not dropping the straight down just to find nothing. And then have to dig my way back out. It's one thing if I make an elevator that has... Where do I climb out? You're something different. Clearly discovered you before. Checked all that area. There's some gold. Yeah, these column things seem to be relatively good for finding ore, just because of the lost surface area. Really easy to see what's kind of in there. Alright. The fact that these ones just drop straight up planks, or ingots, really makes them worth killing in my book. Interesting. All right. We're just gonna be trying to peek down below and above. And see if we see any ore down here. It's not looking like it. Alright. Well, that's a lot of lava. Okay. That's fine. I need to chase you. Yeah, ultimately what I think we need to do is I do think I'm just gonna have to dig down and see what kind of tunnel system I can find underneath here. Because like up here on the surface we're finding little bits of adamantine. But like we're talking a block or two every once in a while. And so the more I wander around up here on the surface, the harder and harder it's gonna get to find. We have to get like a lot more into the nooks and crannies trying to find that stuff. Oh, you just jumped in the lava. Good for you. How scary is lava exactly? Well, I've only died to lava like once so far, but it's also one of these frogs that pulled me into it. So like how much was the frogs doing and how much was the lava is kind of hard to tell. Do I not have food on me? Did I? I accidentally stacked away my food. So I need to go back over here, teleport back, grab a stack of food because I can't heal without it. Your life regen is based on food. But it did seem to do a lot of damage really quickly. So I'd assume, you know, very dangerous. Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is I'll teleport back here. I'm going to eat some food to heal and bring some food with me. Let's see here. Grab a stack of food. Everyone so far has been afraid to test it. Well, I've seen a few people playing who have fallen into the lava. The problem is usually when it comes up, you're so far from home that you definitely don't want to test it in that moment because you're like, it's going to be such a big deal to get my stuff back. And generally speaking, almost all these games make lava really, really a bad time. And like on top of that, there's some of the games like Minecraft that when you fall into lava and die, your stuff goes with you. You love the danger? Yeah, that's fine. But there's a difference between loving the danger and being like, okay, let's throw our stuff into here and die. Let's go drop this in the fire. Okay, did I have any ladders still? I think we got rid of the ladders. Or used them up, maybe? Okay, so I don't see any ladders. Where did I see that we made those? I think it was the furniture one, maybe? Just straight up pocket crafting, maybe? Alright, let's see here. So it's not builders, I don't think. Oh, actually, it might have been builders. Grab a stack of wood we don't care about. That's this box. Sure. Crude ladder. Make a second stack of those. Let's go here. So I need sap, plant fiber, and sticks. Alright, so we got the ladders, I've got some repair kits, I've got all that. We've got some food for healing. Let's leave the hoe here. I'm not going to be using it. Leave the iron shovel here. I'm probably not going to be using it. Those other ones, I'll realistically potentially use all of them. The crude arrows, I'm very low on. We did find out that I can feed stone in there to get more. So just grab a stack of cobblestone, and that was this bench? No, it was you. Oh, actually, I made more crude ladders than I meant to, but that's okay. And then the large pile of books, I don't know where I'm putting those. There you go. Oh, you ran out of fuel. No problem, we'll just keep on chucking wood in you. Alright. We'll take you out, drop you two in. Alright, put the torches down there. As I put my food away again. Yes, I did. That is probably going to be a continuing issue. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a bunch more arrows. Alright, Harnish, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging all that stuff. Okay, so we can pop over here. Grab this. Is it fun? Yeah, no, I hope you've been enjoying it. Let me top off my drink. Yeah, no, it definitely seems like the thorium and cobalt, once you know where to go, are pretty easy to come by. Adamantine seems like it's a bit more of a challenge. That I'm not finding in any meaningful quantities. But my hope is that we go over to this lava area. Now, last one we dug down, we found this giant underground forest thing, and the forest thing was really cool. But it also had literally no adamantine down there. So while it was really cool, it didn't have any of what we were looking for. The other thing I'm going to bring with me is my replacement axes and all that. Because we got a bunch of repairs left on this. I expect to go through a bunch of repairs on that. Do I want to make more repair kits to bring with me? I might actually want to do that. Yeah, so we got 10. Because they stack at least that high. Alright, so I think we're going to teleport back up to the ash area. And get to work. Okay. But the plan here is to dig down and just see if we can't find a cave system or something like that. We've been running around on here, not really finding too much of the cave systems. With the other place we had, when I dug down deep enough, we just hit like this giant, massive cave. And I'm kind of hoping we'll have something like that here too. But hopefully, one I can actually, fight adamantine in. Because if not, that makes things way more complicated. Because unfortunately, with the fact that your tools do lose durability and all that, it makes it a challenge where trying to get adamantine for tools and all that becomes more of a chore. Just by the nature of the fact that, you know, I'm going to go through the adamantine equipment trying to acquire more adamantine. You got to do the comparison, say, okay, am I going to be at a net positive here? Or will I use up more adamantine than I'm gaining? Repair the gauntlets too, they're about done. I should have waited for them to be... That was a waste. I shouldn't repair stuff when it's almost done unless it's like needed to not die. It's fine. The repair kits aren't that expensive. Oh, let's take off my bar before I accidentally use them for no reason. Yeah, the really big curiosity for me is I have not found very much ore just randomly digging. Like, it very much has felt like cave systems has been my main source of ore, or just like, you know, veins sticking out of the surface. Alright. And I can't imagine there's that many biomes we've not discovered. Alright. But yeah, this means basically I've got like these elevator style ways of dropping down. I've got one in the other ash biome that drops me then into like this ridiculously like cool pink tree biome thing. That's really neat. I've got one under my starting home. And I think that one just, if I recall, just goes down to bedrock. I don't think we had like some big cave infrastructure down there. The other one, also when I dug below the pink tree thing, there was just basically like this big giant like underwater lake. Like I couldn't find anything meaningful beyond just, it was just this underwater lake thing. Alright. I'm also kind of missing from Vintage Story and that being able to see like your Z-axis to be like, okay, are you above or below water level? How much? What's my favorite car name? I don't have a favorite car name. Like, cars are tools, it's fine. They get me from point A to point B. But like, I don't have any particular loyalty to any brand or another. Alright. Like, whatever car can get me from point A to B and provides whatever, like, utility functionality I might need and is as dirt cheap and as gas efficient as possible. Because driving costs heckin' money. And the people I share the road with cannot be trusted. I've seen way too many close calls. Hell, in the years I've been around, I've been on the wrong side of not quite close calls, like actual situations where I was like literally just parked there, not even moving, and having cars like clip my bumper, catch my door, that kind of thing. And you just kind of look and they go, well, that's a bunch of money gone. Cool. Awesome, man. Much appreciated. This volcanic rock sucks to dig through. But the good news is this means I have more than enough to finish off that room that we've got as our crafting room, to clean that up a bit better. And it should be when I can scale up the boxes. And then in the event I run into a situation where I'm like, I need even more storage room, which would eventually happen, I can just go to one end of the room or the other, and then just carve it out for more. I do really want a stack nearby, so where I can just look at my just walk into the room with my inventory. And just hit that button and, like, you know, if I have an iron ingot and I've got an iron ingot in our box, it'll just drop the iron ingot in that box. It's a pretty common feature in this genre nowadays. Hey, it's Slade. It's no longer agony to try and mine it. Now it's just plain old cobble. There you go. Well, at least we know it does show up where it's just like in the wall or something. I figured it did. Was the fact that it gotten that far and like wasn't finding any ore. Not even that the ore we were looking for. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, the last one was basalt. Now we're on regular cobble. Yeah, it kind of feels like almost with the game, the way the world gen is, that they have like whatever's on the surface, your biome. You know, it goes, you know, ash, yada yada, you get the idea. Like, this one will be ash, this one will be azure, this will be whatever, like the next one is forest, mountain, boreal, whatever. And then after that, what it does is it ultimately goes, okay, now it's that down to a certain depth. And then below it, you've got like your cobblestone layer, this layer, that layer. But then it goes a step farther with all that and goes, okay, well now we've done that. When you go down deep enough, let's go ahead and just render in you know, like, because you're below the desert, you know, we'll go ahead and place this other special biome. So sort of like in Terraria, where you'd have the jungle, and it goes, okay, I need to put something under the jungle. Alright, well, we're under the jungle, so now you go ahead, and you'll be, like, where the temple goes. Now, Terraria's a little different, that some of the biomes, when you go below them, there's, like, kind of just generic underground. And then some of them, they have, like, the underground version of the same biome. So you have, like, underground jungle. Okay. That's stone rubble. That makes me curious. Alright. I think for that spot, we're gonna go ahead and, dig around that just a little bit. Because I'm wondering if there'll be a room around there. Because that's like gravel kind of down there. Or it might just be a weird gravel layer. Alright. I live with that. Because another thing I can do here is I can periodically branch off down here, seeing if we can't find quartzite cobble. Okay. I'm surprised I haven't gone to, where it switched back from cobble to, basalt and then eventually volcanic again. I would have expected to maybe not be quite to the volcanic layer, because we're making really good time now. But I am impressed by how deep they let you go. Alright. Sooner or later, I need to get a bucket and actually make where I can drop off those and just fall to the bottom and be safe. Especially considering that multiple of these points are like right by ocean. Alright. I'll be actually pretty disappointed if we dig all the way down here and hit bedrock and don't find anything. There's volcanic rock. So we're now deep enough that that's relevant. Alright. But, if we don't find anything, like I said, I'm gonna probably go up till we have one of these somewhat easier layers of rock. And I'm just gonna kind of face whichever direction on the, continent it has the most land. Like, if there's more land north of me than south, I'll aim north. And just start tunneling. And we'll see, because again, we're looking for adamantine. It's supposed to be down here. We have found a little bit down here. My suspicion is I'm just going to need to dig around until we find, like, any type of cavern or something like that. Then I should be able to pick up a decent amount. But I was thinking, with 10 repairs you can get out of these, and it only taking, like, what was it, like 5 or 6 adamantine or whatever to make a pickaxe, the chances if you are digging in this kind of... Alright, well, there's bedrock. We have hit the bottom. And this doesn't seem like the kind of game where, like, zipping around the bedrock makes any sense at all. Alright, so... the most interesting area was this quartzine. Let's give ourselves a little bit of a ledge we can walk around. Okay, so for us, north would be the direction. Because it could be I'm just too close to the edge and there is a cavern, I just missed it. But I figured this should be high enough that we won't be below much. I also deliberately went to a spot that I had seen, ore. So it's like, okay, I'm pretty sure ore can spawn here. If we don't find much up here, then the next thing I could do is I go to the height where we did find adamantine. And then at that height... at that height, could dig around, since then I know 100% adamantine can happen there. Alright. I'm also curious with the quartzite cobble, if that'll make an interesting type of block, or it'll just make, like, regular cobble, or what. Hey, Unquiet Adam, how's it going? Okay, so it's been interesting. So below the ash. The one question is, are you still in the ash biome to find adamantine? There is. I don't think it was just the ash biome that I found it though. It is another one of those things that's kind of a little annoying that there's not really an indicator of what biome is. So I know I found adamantine down here, and I'm pretty sure I found it up here. I don't know if I found it in there. Like it's kind of hard to tell. Because there's like main zones and sub-zones and all that. Like, yeah, like the main zone, there's just like vaguely the ashy, fiery area. And then you have like the sub-zone that's like, I don't know what they're called, but like scorched plains and all that. Alright. Now, what I was really hoping is by now I would have hit some kind of cavern. We did see some. I did get like a good 4 or 5 chunks. Not in the straight line I've been going, but in the elevator we dropped down. And that's what I was saying is what I'd do next is if this ends up being a bust, that we don't find a cave or anything, I'll go to the height I found those 4 adamantine, and I'll choose the same direction because there's not really much island in any direction than north. But I'll try going at a higher height and checking it out. Okay. Hey, Mohan Rai, thank you so much for the 325 stream streak. I do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Needless to say, this has not been an efficient route. I'd really just kind of hoped to hit a cave by now, or a tunnel, or anything, or... On the bright side, we are just plowing through this because of that gravel. It'll be pretty funny when we get home and it's time to make arrows, because I got arrows. We're gonna put a bunch of those sticks to use. So what distance have we made it? Yes, we're under this already. Like, I would be amazed if there wasn't anything down here. So I think the next repair, we're gonna run the whole way back, go up to where we saw the adamantine that we mined already. The same idea, but at that height. But yeah, so this kind of verifies the fact that this is like, you know what? This is probably not the approach. That I can go this far and we literally found 1 pocket of silver. This whole length. 1 pocket of silver. Yeah, there is the pocket of silver we found right here. Which was honestly right next to where we dropped in. Okay. So with that, let's grab the repair tool. Yep, no, I mean, I don't regret it. You got a science. But where's the spot? Somewhere up here. We'll see some cobblestone I shoved in the wall. Is that it right there? Okay, so this is the height. Yeah, because you can see that block there. This is the height that we found the adamantine. Because that's where this brick came from, was this is me filling in the hole so that... I don't know exactly how the spawns work in this game, but yeah. It's the same deal if you look at the map. There's no point in me digging south, there's not much there. East and west, not much, but there's plenty north. So we can mine here for a while. And see what we can figure out. So interestingly enough, got slate above us. Second. Okay, so that doesn't go the whole way up. This is basically what we're hoping for. Put another torch there just so it's easier to see. Okay. Trying to check up these walls a little bit. In case there's any that happen up a little higher where I can't see them easy. Hey Azrael, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Azrael, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of simulation games. So, you know, stuff like Farm Sim, American Truck Sim, Euro Truck Sim, you like those kind of games. Something that sounds good, you can find it over there. Yeah, so that's out. Got those ones found. Is there any ladder? Yeah, there's a staircase up here. Alright, so that area looks clear. No more adamantine that we can see. Alright. You don't know how to spell... Where did they go? Oh, I'm sorry, Hey, I'm so sorry. I was just, like, autopiloting. I saw a name of the right number of characters and similar first and last name. Don't worry about Azrael. Azrael's also fantastic, but it's not actually here. That is my eyes playing tricks on me. It's a thing you do where you glance at your corner of eye, you just see a name, it's like, that's about the same as the name I'm looking for. And then you roll with it. And then it's not. Alright. So we did get a couple adamantine out of this cave. Not as much as I was hoping for. So you have a sibling, so you're used to being called the wrong. I know that feeling. I'm a middle brother. I know that feeling painfully well. I know that painfully well. All right. It kind of depended on the situation, on which brother I would be mistaken for. You're a middle brother, but between sisters? Yeah. Okay. Well, this is one we've already been in case anyone was wondering. So we're not going to bother exploring this cave more. Because I have multiple places I dug up and down in here. How much adamantine? I have 8. So that is enough for an adamantine pickaxe. Which means if we were running around here with an adamantine pickaxe, we would have been in a net positive because I've had to repair it 2 or 3 times. And so I'd have like 7 more repairs. That's unusual for Florida? Strider's supposed to get 9 inches of snow? Yeah, no, that's pretty unusual. I hadn't expected to get that cold. Bear with me, chat. We're about to hit an ad break, and I need to use the restroom in a bad way, so I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom. I'll be back here in just a minute, but thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, so thank you again. I love me some Pacific Drive. Pacific Drive is such an amazing game. And I was kind of sad to hear that the their DLC didn't like, it got pretty mixed reception. I really liked it. I feel like the issue it had was it was extremely dialogue heavy, and it took a while for you to get stuff. And really in a big way, the DLC was like, hey, all of your upgrades you already got where you reached that name, just take all of those and you put them over there. They're not gonna help you. Just get them all over there, put them off in the corner, and they're fine. And then, you know, you get your DLC upgrades. So it's kind of a way that I felt did a good job where it didn't really matter where you were at in the main story. You could do the DLC thing as well. But they had like the roguelike kind of thing where you could get an upgrade and it would have a positive and a negative. And so you'd be like, okay, I can drive much faster only when my headlights are turned off. And I could drive much faster, like, when I have this other stuff, like, stuff. So you get all these benefits, but they were all conditional. And, like, some of them were just straight up dangerous. So the inventory is basically pretty full. How far out here did we get, by the way? Driving faster when your headlights are turned off sounds realistic. We're using our backpack for storage? We are now. Okay. Yeah, I think the backpack for extra inventory is good. I feel like I would have much rathered it just, you know, be an extra bar on your inventory. So if we pull this up, like have a bar up here, but it's kind of light blue instead of that, so you know it's the backpack spot. Well, I mean, you don't replace your backpack, so I guess it wouldn't matter. Once you get your backpack, you just have it. So I would just make the inventory just straight up get bigger. I'm assuming it's UI reasons they didn't do that. Because if you look here, you can choose these three, and they're all sized. I feel like that's a very fixable problem. Or like, you make it so something can scroll or something like that. Alright, I found a new cave. I'm seeing, like, no ore whatsoever. Black piranha. So I think it's safe to assume there's water right above us. As your older sister was in a different home because your foster dad didn't want to be drugged through the mud in the court public relations, but your older brother was with you, and you're only in the house because the foster families were old enough for your parents outright. Gotcha. It's a bit weird that operates as a separate inventory. Yeah. Okay, so we did that path. Let's check the next one. Okay, nothing down this one. Alright, so we've got kinda interwoven paths. Is that brick? No. Okay. I could check this one. Sorry, Bat, nothing personal. Man, there's so many of these that twist around. And there's no iron, there's no copper, there's no adamantine. Like, nothing down here. I'll deal with that in a moment. Well, at least all these rats are giving me light leather. Okay. Alright, that is brick. We've got poisoned dirt. Ah. Well, that's unfortunate. We've already been in there. So there's just a really long tunnel that landed right into the bottom of the that water room thing, whatever we want to call it. And thank you, Fistful of Face, for the 20 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Catch the last 20 streams, not miss a single one. All right. No problem, I'm glad you enjoy it. Just no ore down here anywhere. That's what's throwing me off, is just like, this whole place is just empty of anything of value. Alright, I guess we go up back to where the torch was. And Darstrider, under 200 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Hope you've also been enjoying the stream. Okay, yeah, so I poked there, and I don't think we went down this way. Okay, it just goes up there, and then there's just a ceiling. Yeah, no, that's exactly what's confusing. It's like, we're going up here, and there's just nothing. From so far, it looks like that the lush vegetation ash area seems to have adamantine ore. Yeah, no, that's kind of the area we looked at. I feel like this is supposed to be a lava tunnel, which is why we're not finding anything. So I'm talking about like in real life where you'd have a volcano, it would have like the lava would go through it, and it would just leave kind of this smooth tunnel through the whole area. Okay, so somewhere around here. So that's an area we poked through. Was that the one we poked through but then didn't go through and there's just nothing on that side? Yeah, so pretty soon I'm probably just gonna have to just choose a wall and start digging my way out. Yeah, because that's down. There we go. Is this being, like, this unusual? Yeah, I mean, I would assume so. Most of the time when we find tunnels like this, we usually find some kind of ore. Oh, it's at least a different enemy we saw down here. But, like, finding literally nothing is weird. I'm pretty sure that just looped back where we came. I vaguely see light this way, so I'm gonna go this way. Well, it is something different. That's brick over there. I believe I saw a passage this way. You're veering too much to the side. You got a bucket of water? No, not handy, no. Alright, let's go back to where we saw that lava and start carving our way along there. There's at least something that was properly different. Okay, so lava should be over here, I believe. Yeah, because like I said, I saw what looked like brick down this way. We can probably do is block off the lava. Okay, we'll worry about checking up there later. Okay, so that's draining for a minute. Grab that, put you up there. Put you up there. Ow! Ow! Okay, I'll let that go down for a minute. And you're almost done draining away. Because then we can go either way without having to worry about taking a lava bath. And I thought that was brick, but it's just more cobble. Still, seeing some lava in these tunnels is something different. They have made sure to get rid of it because, you know, different is confusing and upsetting at times. That's definitely not a me problem. This place sucks. Okay, you're still draining. Ow. Yes, it's even the blocks like next to it, the lava, that are dangerous. I want that to dip down just enough that I can... Oh, never mind, that's actually enough. Okay, so that spot up there... From what we're seeing is there's possibly like a whole lake or something over there. Don't. Alright, well that figures itself out. Immediately dead ends. So chasing this lava has been a colossal waste of time. It's a lot more tunnel up there. They're similar. Yes, you can repair your tools on location if you've got a repair kit. So I'm curious if we get up here if it's just gonna be like one water source block, or I'm seeing runoff for something more eventful. Most likely it'll just be, sorry, a lava source block. Most likely it'll just be that. But I'm just running around here desperately trying to find anything of meaning. Yes, when you repair, like perfect example, so this has 150 worth of durability. You can say 0 out of 150. So I can grab a repair kit and put it down here, right click, choose that cobalt pickaxe, and now it's got 120 for its maximum durability. So each and every time you repair it, goes down its maximum durability of 30. So you get about 10 repairs, and then it's time to get yourself a new one. But why? But why? Alright, sure. I think there's lava on the other side of that wall. There is. There's lava right up there. Okay. I do like that the little jiggle the block does lets you kind of peek behind it so you can be like, oh, I'm about to hit lava. The sound you take when you take damage is so dramatic. Oh, from the lava? Yeah. How's it going, Nizmat? It's also curiosity, so we'll mark that to potentially investigate where that lava is there. Because I have a feeling if we're going to find something, it'll be like going up here that maybe we'll find like something like a lava lake with some stuff around it, that kind of thing. Just building in Minecraft? Nice. We've been enjoying Minecraft. Yeah, it definitely feels like if I get within one box of lava, I start getting hurt. I don't think it's the same damage I would take if I actually submerge lava. Yeah, so if you look here, When I tap that, you can kind of peek around there and see the lava. All right. Oh. And digging up there got me even more lava. I have not seen obsidian as a material. Okay. Nope. Okay, we're fine. I thought I had seen the lava in the distance. I would be wrong. Okay, let's keep that in the bar. And as you're hugging the lava, I'm trying to see where it's coming from to see if there's anything interesting there. It's a dangerous thing to be doing. But I wanna see, like, if I go up a little bit higher. If, like, I can get to the top of wherever that pool of lava started. I'm not, like, mining, like, right along the edge. I am. I think literally I'm working my way out of here, and I happen to be on the outside edge. Where lava is flowing down the side of the continent or whatever. On the plus side, that means I'm probably getting pretty close to getting out of here. Yeah, the lava seems to flow pretty slowly. Yep, that's exactly what it's doing. I was working my way out of it. Okay, so I'm way over here. So I think the best way for me to get out of here is to simply go to the edge here. And just jump into the ocean. And work our way back here and teleport home. So what we can do is, I got a bunch more of these ladders. Let's work our way over here. Yeah, when I kept finding lava, it's like, okay. But that's kind of a good thing. That means with our tunnel, we found a way from our little tunnel all the way back up to the surface. Even though we went through that absolute cobwebs of things. Now, the thing that I'm concerned about is we were down there, we did find some adamantine underground, so we know it does spawn, but I ran through that entire lava tunnel. We didn't see a single thing of ore at all in the lava tunnel. Like, literally nothing. Not iron, not copper, bumkus. Zero, zilch. Which is definitely not what we're hoping for. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna work my way around here, where I'm kind of just south of the portal. And I put some torches on the wall and just bring a ladder up the wall. I don't have to keep swimming around looking for a place that I can kind of parkour up the whole way. Hey, you're looking menacing today. Or I can just climb here. No idea. I don't know any of the details about how things spawn in this game. Okay. So you're still crushing stuff. Alright. Let's see here. So we can drop you in there. We can drop you in there. Grab you out. Get those out. Put you in to be crunched. Drop off the meat. To be cooked. But yeah, no need to tinker, figure it out. In the meantime, get tons of all that. That's all fine there. Was there more brick to move? Okay, and before we go too long, let's finish fixing this room up. Alright. Let's shift all the benches around. Okay. That's just your thoughts, and it feels like Hytale is trying to clean up minor annoyances in Minecraft. Yeah, but it's, I feel like we've had ore nearby dangerous spots. I feel like that's been a thing we've already dealt with, and that's been okay. Okay. And we're just getting all of this cleaned up. Put the stove upstairs. I don't want to actually put the stove upstairs. Stove can go over there. Alchemy spot over here. And we will need... That's the Arcanist table. And where's the other table? There's the last table. Okay, so with that, we've got everything moved around to be a lot easier to get a hold of everything. We can upgrade all that stuff. It should all be central rooms, so it should be able to reach everything here without a huge, big hassle. Alright. We're getting enough. We're getting more adamantine. Okay, so let's see here. So, you don't have any more upgrades. We've already got the adamantine axe and all that. There's nothing, like, literally this one, there's kind of nothing else for me to do with. Meanwhile, we got an absolutely absurd amount of gravel while we were mining. So we can just make arrows. Just delete all the sticks and all the rubble, because their sticks have been overwhelming this entire time. And I got enough arrows to bury someone alive. So I'll just chuck the rest of the rubble in here. We can take you over here. And stack you. There we go. And grab you. Now we've got a bunch of leather. Why? Oh, it's because I picked up the leather working station. That's fair. All right. Got some charcoal. Drop the stick and that charcoal down. Got tons of blocks to do something with. Right, I don't want to make that. You don't have any more upgrades. 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 You need 9 more cobalt ingots and shadow weave to upgrade. You have no more upgrades. You have no more upgrades. Pretty sure the alchemy station does, but I really don't care about the alchemy station. If I'm being genuine, I really don't care about the alchemy station. So then the next thing to worry about is just straight up making our stuff. And thank you, Bulldozer, for the tier 1 sub. That's 14 Munchman sub to channel, so thanks so much for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot, and I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. And all that good stuff. So we could make ourselves a weapon out of adamantine materials. That's definitely one thing I do. I do have that. If I want to make armor... Okay, it's going to be straight up that stuff as well. Across the board. So... let's go and get what's going to be our last weapon upgrade probably ever in the game. At least until there's updates, because from what I have been told secondhand kind of thing, is that Mithril is not in the game unless you're in creative mode and like spawn it in, that kind of thing. I have been told that basically you cannot legitimately get Mithril in Explorer mode right now. No, exploration mode, whatever it's called. Now I don't know that 100%, but that's what I've been kind of told, is just it's just not a thing that you can have right now. Make it our repair kits. Yes, Mithril is a higher tier than adamantine. So that's quartzite cobble. Let's see what quartzite cobble becomes. So you can get quartzite brick. It almost looks like a type of sandstone. I'm a little unenthused about that one. All the other ones we've checked out. And I've also got these ones up here to do even more. So let's see here. So that's dirt. That's ice. And all of you, welcome to your new home. Whether or not you like it there, it's just too bad. Drop more material in there. We can go to our wood box. And grab another stack of the wood to keep that going. Okay, so with that in mind, would you say this game is whatever percent complete? Like, would Mithril be the last 10%? Oh, I have no idea. That I couldn't possibly answer. We don't know everything they're going to be adding into the game, so let alone give any kind of meaningful completion rate or anything like that. Okay, yeah, so this is the height that we found the adamantine. Let's say the game just released, it makes sense they may continue updating and adding more tiers. Yeah, to be clear, it's just released in early access. We know it's getting updates, we just, like, what percent complete it is, I have no idea. Alright. Let's see, it's been 3 days of content. Trying to recommend to a friend who is a Minecraft friend. Trying to tell him to get it now or wait till there's more tiers. I mean, that just depends on how you feel about early access. Very genuinely, as far as, like, if I was just rushing progression, like, literally cared about nothing but progressing, I'm willing to bet it probably could have progressed to like the final material in the course of like one sitting, one stream. But that's partially knowing where to go. Like, if I, like, allowed myself to look stuff up, I probably could have gotten there very, very quickly. Not gonna wander too far. And also check out Belnar, another fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. Yeah, I think there's just the lava tubes we were running in before that we found literally no loot, or not no loot, no lore ore at all. So yeah, like the fact that I'm seeing no ore anywhere nearby, just gonna keep going. But if you're building, there's so much fun to be had building. Oh yeah, no, if you're definitely looking on the creative side, there is a lot of things to work with in this game that you can do some pretty cool stuff. If you're someone who's like, I want to play through this story and kill the big boss, why are you playing this genre? No, I'm teasing. Basically, right now, there's not like a big boss or a meaningful, like, significant story or anything. That's gonna be later. But as far as, like, crafting, it's mostly like if you're gonna be building stuff is the big focus. If you're gonna be building stuff, the game has plenty to offer. If you're looking for just progression stuff, there is a decent amount there, but you'll probably burn out on it in a couple of days before there's, like, nothing left for you. Alright. Adamantine feels like diamonds. Yep, so I mentioned there's the diminishing returns. We're seeing those diminishing returns come into play here. So now it's down to... that's its last repair. After this, we'll be switching to the adamantine. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of improvements. It's like, the things I hold this game saying, this is the thing that this game just does better, is the combat and mobility is just better in this than in, like, either Minecraft or Vintage Story. As far as, like, you know, other things it has, you got some pretty cool weapon variety here that actually means something. The world generation is actually really slick in this one. I'm liking it a lot. Like, finding some of these, like, underground biomes that are just wild has been really cool. And it's done. Alright. Waiting for you to run into an active volcano and the lava just pours out. I mean, it's entirely possible I will just dig directly into a lava pit. Basically, we went to a height that we found adamantine, and then just blasted through it. And just trying to find more this way. Because going through the lava tunnels, I literally found no ore. You also like there's less mobs in the caves? Yeah, broadly speaking, that's true. There's certain spots that get pretty airy. Okay, so you can, like, really send it mining with the adamantine pickaxe. Alright, so I'm not sure if to go higher or lower. It's honestly kind of... I've commented previously that I really like how easy it was to find ore by just going and spelunking. And then weirdly, since we started doing adamantine, just like it makes diamonds in Minecraft look like they're just falling off trees, like super duper common. I've been finding the adamantine pretty difficult to locate. Okay, am I on like the other side of the island? Yep. I'm curious how far down or up I am. Like, am I above seawater or not? So that makes me curious, because we dug down and we did find some, but not much. Is there no way to turn on cords? There's probably like server commands and mods and scripts and all that we can. Like out of the box, I don't think so. Do we actually go? No, we're still under there. That's fine. It's just like a vein of volcanic rock. At this point, I'm figuring I'm just gonna send it straight across. I mean, we could check to see if there's a thing for coordinates. You think it's F5? It was not F5 and it was not F6. For the record. Cool, thank you. Yeah, because like I said, I want to see how high up we are. Like, am I below the ocean now? Am I above the ocean? Wait, I'm not sure. You think it's F7? Alright. Yeah, no, that does give you the information about what you're targeting. Okay, we are below the ocean. Let me get rid of that. Oh, that's okay, so that rotates through the diagnostic stuff. Alright, so we're well below the ocean. Hey, Soulspire! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all good stuff. What were you playing? All good stuff. Can we get a do we get the shout out for Belnar earlier? If not, I'd like to get a shout out for Belnar and then get one for Soulspire once that one's sorted out. But Soulspire playing some Trash Goblin. I didn't realize that was a game. I thought that was just a state of being. But how was it? I haven't played Trash Goblin. But yeah, so how was the stream? All that stuff. How was Trash Goblin? All that. Welcome in, Raiders. We're playing some Hytale and desperately trying to find adamantine. And by that mean we are just digging around everywhere and not finding much adamantine. Because we ran around through like all the tunnels, didn't find crap. When I dug down, I found adamantine. Right where I dug down, I found like a patch of it, so we grabbed that. So I'm still figuring out how ore generation works in this game. To like go with like, okay, what is our strategy for dealing with this? Because I need to be able to reasonably acquire it. Yeah, so right here, I found the adamantine. It was like in this area. Let's see if maybe it's just this biome on the south side here that has it. So maybe I just find more this way. This won't go very far before we hit water. Yeah, it's the fact that there was nothing in those lava tunnels at all. Well, the problem with strip mining is just the fact that you use up the durability on your weapon. Would you like a biome hit? Sure. I was told I might actually need to like log out the game, put it into the test branch and all that, because there was something like didn't spawn right here. All right. Yeah, and I mean, this not what it is, because we found adamantine here on the lava island. Like we've dug up a bunch of it here now. It's just annoying to try and sort through the narrow ledges and all that. Now that said, I don't know like if the ash is its own biome, but this is where all of our adamantines come from. We've got a couple of stacks that come from here. See, there's some right there. It's just with the terrain the way it is. Pretty hard to spot. You suck, man. He dropped this stuff down in the hole right there. You don't care about that. Alright. But yeah, no, it's the fact that I've been digging underneath the whole area and not finding it that's been the frustrating thing. Because it makes it really hard to make decision. Yeah, the thing that is, I don't have a good way... Unless we check the, saying unless we have a way to check where you... Yes, that tells me the chunk, the block. Yeah, so it says music zone 4A. So I'm assuming we're in zone 4. Yeah, we're environment zone 4 wastes. Yeah, no, I was told by people that there's a update on the test branch that fixed some of the world generation with these types of terrain. I think what I might need to do is I think I might actually need to like do a quick like exit the game, switch the test branch, jump back in. Because of like how little of everything I'm seeing. And like below where it seemed like we had tunnels that had no ore in them and everything. It does feel like some world generation shenanigans. The downside is if it's world generation, it means this place is already generated. It's already foobar. But in that case, since there's like nothing underneath that I care about, I'd probably just yoink the portal. And head south. Teleport back to like the first place, and since I've already explored north a lot on this map and I haven't gone south. Check south. You seen some bug world gen? Yeah, no, it's an alpha build. You kind of expect it. Stealth Archer? Yup. Okay, and this was the exit to the underwater area. Yeah, I'm sure there's more adamantine on the surface, but I'm having a lot of difficulty locating it just because how craggy the terrain is. Yeah, so you can see the torches where I was trying to mark all the areas I was running around. There's the chest that I had looted the other day. So I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to yoink the portal because I believe I only have one more portal. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely. It's in the same general vein as like Minecraft was when it first went full release. So not even its like alpha phase or whatever. Like when it went full release and all that. I've also been told that when you get far enough away from start, the world gen starts to get to be a bit of a mess. We just get like lots of cragginess and all that, which is exactly what happened in Minecraft as well. Ooh, wait. I'm also curious if I would just plow through some of these things at heights I've been seeing the adamantine. If I could potentially just find more like small veins. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll try switching over to the test one. Right there. I just passed some. Yeah, so it's just saying I just passed some. You gotta give me more details. Because keep in mind there's stream delay and everything. Guessing it was down in this. Oh, there we go. Alright, it's getting ready to be dark, and it's going to be impossible to find in the dark. Alright, well, at least that's 10 more. But you'd say Hytale is starting strong in the Minecraft full release too? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Genuinely speaking, where this is right now, broadly speaking, I'm enjoying this than I generally enjoy Minecraft. Alright, so what I'm going to quickly do, chat, is bear with me for a moment. I'm going to quit out of the game, and we're going to switch over to the test branch, and do all that really fast. Should only take me a moment. So people said I can click on the gear up here, release. So what you're saying is switch it to pre-release is the setting you're saying. No, that's not what it is. Check for updates. No updates available. I'm not seeing where people are talking about where I can switch the test branch, because I just see release or pre-release and nothing else. So give people just a chance to respond. But, because I also don't see the thing where, like, in Steam where you can pop in there and be like, here's the code to get access to more. I'm going to assume that it's out-of-date information, just get us back into the game. Because I got an update on it yesterday. Oh, weird. Hytale is being like, can I use your internet? It's like, have you not been using it this whole time? But yeah, because I went to the launcher, and it was like I just switched between release and pre-release. That's fine. Maybe it's a thing that, like, only if you're a higher tier or something like that you have access to it. That's fine. We'll just jump right back in. I'm trying to remember. So the island up there we only got to yesterday. So that was generated after we got the update. So I'm going to go ahead and put my portal back. I have a broken item? What? I mean, I got... Oh, right, I have the pickaxe that's going to stay broken forever. You'll check your max tier? Gotcha. In the meantime, I'm just going to go ahead and put the portal back on the assumption that I just got out-of-date or bad information. It's a lot. Ash. Do I not have hands anymore? Mine's the same. Yeah, I probably just got out-of-date information from someone. It happens. So we can't repair that anymore, so it's only good as fodder. Drop those in there. Pre-release is the new update? Gotcha. I tried to choose it and everything was grayed out. I can check that again here in a second. Because like I said, if the world gen has issues, and that could get me around it, it's worth doing. Especially if those issues are kind of getting in my way of being able to get the materials I want and not be a huge pain in the butt. Because the implication is that, the world gen is causing the areas around or under the ash biomes, whatever they're called, Zone 4, to not spawn correctly. That's the implication. I don't know how true that is or whatever, but that's been the implication. So I'll check again to see if I can't choose a pre-release, and like I said, if I can, we'll do it. It'll only take a minute to update. I got good internet. Oh wait, this is down here now. Alright, so we'll check that one more time. And whether or not it works, we are going to not go back to the front screen after this. Okay, so checking again, and I choose pre-release, and it says... Ah, I see. So, right, so you choose pre-release, then you have to manually force it to update, and then it, in theory should work. Okay. That's what I missed. I just saw it gray out the launch button. I was like, okay, and there's no indicator in the UI I was doing anything. Well, let's quickly update. I'm going to use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, it's already done with all that. We'll boot the game back up. Yep. Alright. Pre-release patch line. You are running the pre-release patch line of Hytale. This version may contain experimental features and bugs. Excellent. I love it. Let's jump in here. Patch line warning. You are about to open a world on a different patch line. Opening the world, we may introduce changes that could affect your world. We recommend creating a duplicate world. Unlike the other version. Well, you can have like your fast line and all that. So that makes me curious if Mithril's still not in the game or not. So, anything noticeably different here? Let's check our benches. Oh, let's, where's... So, Mithril still doesn't have a thing. Like, labeling it or whatever, but that's okay. You have your hands again, that's a start, yep. Let's see... FYI, if you discovered dino zones already, and loaded chunks of mods, won't spawn into it. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think we found a dino zone, though. Alright, so I think what the plan is going to be for right now is we are going to pop through the portal. And then you're going to be considered broken because we spawned all this area well before you were here. So what I'm going to do is we went north that way. I'm going to just cut west. And we're going to be like Feifel, and we're just going to go west. Ow. What the... What, talk about it? One thing you need to do is it seems like every single time I close the game, it forgets that I've told it that I don't want the game switch mode button. Yeah, so it should be that if we go west, once I've gone about like one map, then it should be clear of what we've already explored. And then what we can do is we can either look for, if we see another lava biome, probably need another key to bind it to. We could do that. That's not a bad call. Alright, what is, like, the least convenient key we can have? Because then Dvorak, that is your far right bottom key. Which I don't use a QWERTY keyboard, for those who missed why that's being an issue. The game actually automatically mapped everything when it came to like your WASD, all that kind of stuff. All that just mapped out correctly regardless of layout, so like A+ there. It seems like just that one switch control key, they have it on O, and I think it's using O as in, it was supposed to be like right hand, you know, ring finger going up, and instead O is literally my go backwards button. Because in Dvorak, it's your left hand is your vowels. Was it A-O-E-I-U or something like that? Or A-O-U-I? It's when you're trying to think of the layout versus just doing it, it hits different. Okay. So, none of the biomes we're looking for right now. So we are just going to kind of cut across this area. Until we find either a new biome we're unfamiliar with, or A-E-I-O-U. Yep. And sometimes Y. At some point, I should probably replace the sword. I only keep it so I can have my torch out. I haven't bothered upgrading it because I always want my materials for other things. Yeah, welcome to English where we need an exception for everything. Yep. Alright. You want their big swords? That's fair. I do really want a boat. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And stab. As you do. Yeah, so this is the island we started on. Wait, that's not true. That's not the island I started on. The island I started on is down here. Like I said, we're just going to cut west. And just going to go out into the ocean and find another thing. The game loves mushrooms. Well, that's because mushroom is like it's like cube, but it's mushroom. I will say, after playing a lot of Vintage Story and basically trying to eat food as aggressively as possible to avoid starvation, I'm exaggerating, but basically with how much you have to focus on just staying fed in Vintage Story, the fact that I can just kind of walk across and not have to worry about it is pretty nice. That said, I will say, while I'm super enjoying this, I think I like Vintage Story more because I like the challenge of Vintage Story, but I feel like they both do things very, very differently that I could definitely see like times where I'd be in the mood to just do some vintage story, and times where like, you know what? I just want to do this instead. You know, classic, sometimes you're aiming for sweaty try-hard stuff, and sometimes you're not. I will say, I imagine you could do a lot more interesting stuff in this game, creative-wise. That might be a burnt biome up there, on the edge of an ice biome. So if we go there, we might actually be able to get farther over and find it. Sometimes you want, crafting, you know, complicated crafting. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's like sometimes you're like, you know what? I want to just spend time making my tools, digging my hole, burying my wood, burning it into charcoal. You know, nice, slow and steady progress kind of thing. You know, where you work for each and every step, and sometimes you're like, you know what? I just want to start heckin' building. I cannot build my giant, like, fjord if I'm busy here chipping flint. What is that? It looks like strangely uniform. It's just a weird shaped ledge. Alright, so unfortunately, well, I'm seeing a bunch of ruins over here, and it does look like a tiny little bit of the burnt ashland, whatever you call them. It's not much. You get out of my way, ice. Yeah, no, that's what I was sitting back there. I was like, that looks like a boat. Turned about northwest. And I'm seeing those lights, I'm pretty sure. Looks like we got a sizable frozen biome. You loving the music in game? Yeah, the music in game's really nice. Yeah, so we've got a little burnt spot here, but it's like a mix. Like a little burnt spot here, then there's some grass biome and a little bit more burnt spot, so that's probably not going to give me anything. A more azure forest, some plain, some regular forest, a little skimp of desert or beach or something. Not quite sure what that is.
How's my little schmoopy schmoo?
Mamo.
You like the flavor of the cooking?
I do.
Good. I love you.
Love you too. That is a really big ice biome. That's... I don't think I've been in whatever that biome is. Let's deviate. Whatever this biome that looks like weirdly camo printed, I don't think I've been there. This is also an interesting one. That's just straight up like... Not a pentagram, but some type of thing there. Let's check that out as well. Oh, that's just probably like the regular shadow whatever's base. Yeah, this little biome here looks like something I haven't checked out. I'm also very curious with this. That biome up there might be the same one as down here. No, they're different color. That's more of a deep brown. That's more of a tan. Let's put a pin on it. Okay. All right. Just ice as far as the eye can see. That's what I figured. Alright, so. Yeah, that's kind of fun and interesting. Yeah, no, like, this game's not really like a survival kind of game. I noticed there was like a little dip under the rock. I was like, alright, let's check this out. We just got ourselves in a glacier cave. Hey, well, I'm glad I just went through that way. I'd have had to, like, climb that huge, ridiculous wall. But because we're just like, alright, let's just dip into this cave. That works smoothly. Yeah, no, I hope they do. Add survival options, I mean. Like, I'm not sure if it'll be something that, like, will be in adventure mode versus explore mode and that. Okay, so that's you guys. Yeah, I don't... I'll want... Oh, go away. Alright, fine. I wasn't gonna even fight you. You seem to classify it as Zone 5. Yeah, no, I'm not sure. And the reason I'm not taking the time to sit there and just fight that group, is while I do need that cloth, I've already got a really good one of those I can go to fight the enemies to just grind them for the cloth if I want. Aw. It's a weird... like, overhang? Alright, well, I mean, the zone's right here. It almost looks like there's like Viking ships and all that here. It's a cozy location for a base? Yeah. Sir, I'm not gonna tell you how to park your boat, but I am fairly confident it's wrong. I may not know what right is, but I do know wrong when I see it. Also, where's your door? There you go. Alright, we're gonna have to be pickier than I am. The fur logs are getting back out of here. These seeds are getting back out of here. I can get both of those pretty easy. I also love how they have these docks connecting them, but the docks don't go to any of the doors. We'll drop off the iron tools. Oh, the ice wood is hard to come by, so I'll grab that. Yeah, I'll say the generation on this particular style ruin has got a little bit of issues going on. Copper greaves. I already have ancient steel greaves. All right. A doomed Outlander shield utility. Okay. All right. Got some penguins chilling. Where? I'll be with you in a moment. Who's a cute polar bear? Ow. You have more range than I do, and I don't like it when you give enemies the advantage. All right. It's actually fair that they give enemies the advantage. You have to do that a lot of times. Doomed Outlander rare one-handed sword. Yeah, we can grind that up for materials. I'll take the poisoned wood. It was going well. I needed more of the shadow weave stuff, and I was like, man, I'm going to have to go to one of those villages, start hunting around for it. And so we just came over here, and it's just like everywhere. Okay, so check that one. We checked. Oh, did I check this one? I don't think I did, actually. It's garbage. You should be ashamed. I suspect that will give me either a little bit of thorium or a little bit of cobalt. So probably not good, but better than iron. You're at full iron now? To be fair, my character's armor is a real patchwork of whatever I was able to put together. I didn't mean to just huck myself off there, but ice is slippery. Okay, so all in all, we checked this area, we checked that one, and I think this one. I'm curious about that area. I think it's just going to be both of those, just going to be like the shadow people, whatever stuff. That is a giant ice biome. That's a cool thing down there. That's probably a bug nest. So let's go and change our mark to be over there. And we're heading that way. We're actually looking for a scorched area. But in the meantime, we're just gonna keep crossing the land. So until I hit a biome that I'm like, oh, this is a new biome that's got some exciting stuff that I can't get where I'm at, where I've already got marked setup stuff. Until I hit something like that, or I hit, like I said, the biome. What are you over here? Are you a sneaky door into the wall or something? Oh, I think that's the front of the boat that the world gen is all glitched out. So you got a boat that's got a hill coming through it, and it's smooshed into the mountain. Let's see, why not use a greensword instead? Oh, the greensword is not an upgrade. These are, I'm using an adamantine weapons. So if you're looking at the tiers, it's like copper, iron, it's copper, iron, thorium, cobalt, then I believe it was adamantine, then mithril, and mithril supposedly is not in the game yet. I can't 100% confirm that, but that's what I've been led to. Well, I mean, that's closer. That's what I've been led to believe, is that mithril's not in the game yet, unless you go into creative. Oh, I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I probably should. Well, oh yeah, no, it's one-handed. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. In my head, it's just like, well, my daggers are better. I didn't think about the fact that we still carrying around that iron sword, so I have one that I can, you know, sword and board. And by that I mean I actually tend to use it just for the shield out. Sleepy kitty. Alright. Yeah, this is looking like just like the regular old shadowy village. It is. Okay, so don't actually care about that. Here we go. I got two choices. I got one to the up and one to the south. One to the north, one to the south. Let's work our way around that. I don't care about their garbage right now. We've already ransacked one or two of the, I think two of them. Another thing I kind of hope they do is that when you mouse over a tile, it kind of just lets you know what biome it is. Just like what's on the surface. Then you're trying to figure out, it's like, is this that biome or this biome? It just straight up puts a label on it. There's a lot of games that have that where you can mouse over, it's like Valheim, where it's like plains, that kind of nonsense. So you're not sitting there being like, is this whatever biome? I'm not sure. Because I think this game is 8 years old. I mean, it only came out in early access, like, like 2 days ago or whatever. All right. So, that one's mostly ash. This one looks way more lava-like. So let's go for the lava-like. Because we don't need to worry about making lots of ash. Because everyone knows all of the unrighteous will burn to ash. Okay, big hole. Just referencing some Path of Exile. And a very underrated character. Because she always just like... You just walk up and she is just belting out a tune as she's doing her, like, taking out the blight. Yeah, see it. Yeah, no, it's like she is just belting out her tune. Living her best life, even if she's a little bit of a, you know, taking credit for other people's work and perhaps a zealot. But you know, she's having herself a good time. She is doing the world a favor and helping fight the blight. And just singing her little songs. And Rongar on their 170 stream streak. Catch the last 170 streams without missing a single one, so thank you. I do appreciate it. There, that's the new home of our portal, and hopefully where the world gen stuff is supposed to be fixed or improved or whatever. When we get over here, this one is definitely outside the range of places we've already generated. We'll hopefully find more adamantine and all that. Can't wait for her to have her in PoE 2, not. I thought they brought over all... Oh no, actually they left some of the content behind with Path of Exile 1. Low-key though, I actually really like the Blight event. I know it is one of the more divisive things that people are like, but I don't want tower defense in my action RPG. I don't know, I liked Blight League. My only problem with Blight League was the 40-40 challenges. You had to do like 100 of those things. And as much as I enjoy Blight, that was a slog. Blight is not exactly fast content. Like, we're talking blighted maps, not even just like little one-off things. That was definitely like brain off, please. Just make it go away. You quit Blight League without finishing the channel? You only ever got 40-40 once? I got 40-40, like the actual 40-40, like 3, maybe 4 times. I got the like 36 or 40 out of 40 or whatever it was to get all of the stuff most leagues until I kind of stopped playing. And I only stopped playing because doing content creation where like Path of Exile just does not do well on this channel. I've tried, trust me. That you know, being a full-time content creator, I just if I can't play it on the stream, I can't dedicate the hours for a game like Path of Exile. It is a very time-hungry game. So let's vaguely go. Actually, I haven't decided where I want to go there. Let's work our way on this island. So we start getting like properly in the more magma strewn parts of this place. Okay, we were attacked by an undead chicken. Man, I basically missed most of the past leagues. Like, most of the past, like, couple of leagues. Ever since, Path of Exile 2 came out, I haven't been able to sit down and do a full league at all. A couple leagues before that, I got to play a bit, but it was just... You know, once I stopped trying to, like, force it to happen on the channel... I just haven't been able to play a lot. This is Path of Exile 1 is going to be great. Yeah, it'd be nice to play, just I don't know when I would. Huey's just one of those games that just does not let you play it casually. You kind of play it or you don't. Well, Boat League only lasted a full year. Yup. Still happy I went to ExileCon, even though, like, that was... By the time I finally got to ExileCon, like, that had been already... I'd already been past, like, the beginning of not being able to really play the leagues as much as I'd like. Alright, so I'm trying to figure out... So you went there? Yeah, no, I had a really good time. Because it was partly for, like... For me doing that, it was partly for, you know, getting to see New Zealand and all that. That was kind of me and my wife when... She does not care about Path of Exile. She appreciates that I like it. She does not care about that game. Not even in the slightest. Not negative feelings, it's just literally ambivalence. Alright, this seems like a good enough place to just drop a portal. So, name, Ash. Drop our stuff off. And there'll be time to start looking for adamantine. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Is there more stuff to drop off? Would you have any other plants? I do have some mushrooms. I probably should have been careful to not pick those up. Fine. Do that. Give me a stack of food back. Meanwhile, take my iron sword. We're done with that. Okay, so we actually got a bunch of materials in here. I hadn't noticed how much thorium we had grabbed. Oh, that was from all those boxes, that's right. We've been running around grabbing the stuff out of all the boxes in that Viking-looking area. Okay. Drop those mushrooms in here, drop that in there for right now. Okay. We get both those to happen, and I'll put the others back in there. Just to keep it all moving smoothly. And was it the armor bench that still need to be upgraded? Yeah, so once we get 7 more cobalt, which I've got 23, that'll be the armor bench fully upgraded. And once we have the armored bench fully upgraded, then I believe all the benches I care about will be fully upgraded. We'll just drop the explodey junk in there. Yeah, because we've got the daggers upgraded. I could go... Alright, so I won't be able to do the adamantine. Let's see, what's this place? A prefab? I built this. Yeah, so I've got 2 bases we've set up. This is the one we built up closer to the shadow area down there, because that's where I get my cloth. So, you know, because we're over there looking over dangerous enemies, we wanted to make sure to properly assert our dominance. So, you know, we've got our big skull lair, our mountain skull lair, just staring out at the village below. So we've made this. That was not the teleporter I meant to use. Yeah, no, it's definitely not a supervillain lair. Don't worry about it. We can switch you to home. And then we also have this place, so we got our mine shaft down there. This was our crafting room. And we had more crafting stuff up there, and then our bedroom. The place has been pretty heavily gutted, but this is our actual, like, you know, home away from home kind of thing. This was where we lived. Oh yeah, oh, they disabled it. I picked this up at one of the bases, and it was like, warning developer block or whatever. I'm like, okay, I'll play a dangerous game. And I grabbed it and, you know, took it over here and tried to use it. It didn't allow me to put anything on it. Like, it had like the crafting UI to do stuff, but nothing worked with it. And check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out, and a good time over there. So, we are going to need to make a farm inside our base at some point. I believe if I keep going this way, we'll hit other stuff. So I'll probably make it back there. I don't feel like dealing with that right now. So for the interim, we'll just upgrade this. You know, I have to grow more rice and stuff like that. In the meantime, we can get all that sorted out for right now. But need to plant more rice and cotton. So plants were over here. Oh, the life crystals not. Did I put those all in here? Yes. Okay, and you should be far enough along I can drop that stack in there. Okay, and you're ready to upgrade? Yes, you are. Alright, so I believe that's pretty much all of our stuff upgraded there. So we'll end up needing more heavy leather. That's fine. And adamantine. So the adamantine is the one that's going to be the more work because I have to find a place that I can get it. Whereas the heavy leather, if we just go on a murder spree of the local wildlife, we'll eventually get there. So it sets you back to Ash. So is there any obvious ruins or anything on that? There's a little bit there. Otherwise, I got all these places. There's something over there that's weird. Oh, that's what I can't see. There we go. I was like, man, this torch is doing nothing. That's because I wasn't using a torch. Hey, Valera, how's it going? Okay. Yeah, we found one of these before. It didn't have much in the way of enemies. This one's a bit scarier because there's lava going through it. The last one did not have that. The last one was a pretty chill, safe time kind of situation. Ow. What? So previously, those things left me alone, but they were non-hostile. That appears to no longer be the case. Excuse me. You find... Yeah, no, we found some. Yep, I got a couple. Thorium Curse. So it's 9 and 9. 12 and 27. Alright, that is a massive upgrade with what I've got. Pretty sure there's a glowing red crystal down there, not thorium. Okay, that's zombies. Yeah, this is way more interesting in this one where it's like... I'm doing good. Like, the other one we went through, there wasn't, like, the lava encroaching, and it was just kind of the ruin. You could just kind of explore, and it's like, oh, it's just, like, symmetrical. It's really easy to navigate. So there really wasn't a whole lot to look at. But this time, because, like, the lava's encroaching, and it's like, okay, well, navigating this is kind of hard, actually. No, 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 no. I'm pretty sure they made him immune to fire. He didn't used to be. Okay. Alright. I think I want to find my way back to the portal. And while it's nighttime and I can't see crap, dig down. There are the spells. I haven't messed with them much. I've heard they're not super useful right now because of just how much you have to do to be able to use them. Like there's both mana and charges and a whole bunch of other stuff. But they're also like work in progress, like very not done kind of thing. So I haven't bothered crafting to test them out or anything quite yet. I'm still trying to work on the adamantine to get my armor and all that kind of stuff. Should be able to mostly... Well, what I saw on the map made me think we cut across there, but apparently not. Okay. Oh, did you say mount? Right, and this is where we jumped down, right? Yeah. I'm scared to do that in the dark where I can't see anything. Okay. Hey, Fenris! Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. What were you playing and all that good stuff? If you got a raid and run, like, don't let me keep you, but obviously you're welcome to stay. Don't mind me, I am kind of focusing really hard because I cannot see crap. Because this torch sucks. But, we're doing what we can. But welcome in, raiders. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid. Portal's like literally right below me. Project Zomboid, which is a very different game from this one. Whereas this game is a bit more on the sweaty not as sweaty tryhard price. What am I talking about? But yeah, so check out Fenris. Also playing. I missed what you're playing. My apologies. I'm assuming by context you're probably playing Hytale. But again, sorry, I just couldn't see what it was doing in there with all the lava, and it was just really a sweaty time. Arc and Hytale, gotcha. Well, I hope you had a good time with both games. Let's go ahead and grind up the armor, get that out of her life. We can drop you in there. But yeah, no, I hope you had a good time with Hytale. I've very much been enjoying it. Let's chuck you in there for right now. But we're pretty late game. We're getting to the point of crafting our adamantite stuff. Ashen Soil. We'll definitely want to check that out. You tried the Arcanist Portal Stones, so no spoilers, but when you tried to leave, it bugged out. Loving the game so far. Yeah, no, I messed with one of them, and I didn't get bugged out trying to leave, but I didn't really have a whole lot there. I kind of ran around and just started stealing stuff because I wasn't sure what else to do. Dead seaweed stack. Sure. More mushrooms. We'll put the potato down later. There's the leather. Thorium. Drop off the potions. You can go upstairs and do all that. Alright. Okay, so we've got the ladders. I'm going to need torches, which means trees. Do I not have tree sap? I probably don't, right? Okay. I do not have literally any tree sap, so that's something that's going to need to be addressed. Any of these I even want? Chickens captured in the capture crate can be hosted here, so we can keep chickens in the crate there. I was curious with some of these recipes. Alright, so I'm gonna need to chop down some trees for some sap real fast, which is kind of a bummer because I really don't need the wood. Let's check how's our wood box. I really don't need the wood. I'm gonna just do without the torches. So we're just gonna try and work our way down here. Because the hope is we will find adamantine down here and possibly a different biome than we had before. What makes it different than that? For one, the two things I'd say that are the really outlier things that make this better than like between Minecraft and Vintage Story is the combat in this game is really well set up. It's really well done. Like, you actually have a lot more maneuverability and all that. Your weapons have more interesting things. The variety of enemies is more interesting. So definitely say combat is one thing that this does extremely well by comparison to, say, Vintage Story or Minecraft. The other thing is your character mobility is a lot better. That you can run, you can jump like 2-3 blocks and then pull yourself up over it. So it makes moving around the map way easier, which is another huge benefit. The crafting in the game is more akin to like Valheim or Enshrouded in the sense that you have like your crafting benches for each different type of thing and all that you work on, or Terraria, like more like that style of crafting than like Minecraft with the grid or Vintage Story with the grid and all that. It's also like the biomes in this game have been way better and more interesting than Minecraft. Like Minecraft's biomes, they're fine, but like we found all sorts of like these really cool new biomes and all that. Yeah, it's definitely gorgeous. The game overall is also a bit more aesthetically pleasing than Minecraft, Vintage Story, I'd say it's more of a side grade, because Vintage Story has a higher level of detail, but also can be a little bit more muddied, whereas this is a lot more vibrant. Not that you could tell because I happen to be jumping between two different biomes that aren't exactly... Where's my repair kits? Oh, are they in my, I didn't use all my repair kits, right? Did I accidentally stash those? Or certain, let's see, is there any gripes you have over, with this over there, to shift over the negatives? Let's see, the negatives? Nothing that isn't just nitpicky, like, it can be a little frustrating in this game that I can't place blocks and hold a torch at the same time, which isn't a huge ordeal, but it's certainly... There's my repair kits. It's certainly kind of annoying when you're trying to do that, but that'd be an easy thing for them to fix if they so desire. I haven't really run into any bugs or anything that, you know, stand out there. I'm like, oh man, that's ruining my experience. Because like the only bugs we've had is I had one bug where sometimes when you use a teleporter, if there's not enough space around where you're trying to arrive at, you don't arrive there, you have like some weird glitchiness. But that's not too bad. Let's see, fell asleep last night on the base building, and it looks cool as hell now. Yeah, no, this has been going really well. So I found my repair kits. That's the important thing. And I feel like they do a relatively good job of making it not super obnoxious that you have to like remake the same tool again and again, but also not make it like trivialized. And what I mean by that is instead of just like Minecraft that when your pickaxe breaks, it's just gone. It doesn't do that. You can repair it. But each time you repair it, its max durability does go down a little bit until, you know, until it just doesn't have enough that you can repair it anymore. So you get a lot more time out of a single tool. And then the repair kits cost 1 iron. So they're not like free. They take a little bit of iron and a little bit of other stuff. But it means you get more mileage out of your tools. So we're hoping is the last, like the first lava biome area we dug underneath, we found a really cool like forest underneath it, but unfortunately didn't have any adamantine. And so we're hoping here to hopefully get something a bit better. And adamantine is right now the best ore in the game. They've already got like where you can see that mithril will be in the game, but it's not currently available from what I've been told and all that. And I'm trying to be careful to not dig too fast. So we don't accidentally huck myself into the void. Okay, so they definitely changed what's down here to be more dangerous. Sorry, bat. Alright, so I don't want to go down to these tunnels too much. I feel like I'm just going to get lost again. Oh, did I miss Penny? Oh, there you are. Hey, Penny. How's it going? I was like looking, I was like, I can't find where Penny said something. So let's just go deeper. Let's not... We went through lava tunnels previously and didn't find crap. So we're gonna dig a little deeper and figure out who we are. We're gonna dig a little deeper. It's really not that far. Alright, that looks way more encouraging. The heck was that down there? Okay. Okay, so it's west of me. So I'm just trying to get a bit lower before I punch through. Okay. That's as afraid. I don't like that sounded like it came from above me. You're pleasantly surprised with the game? It's definitely similar to Minecraft, but now there's already some interesting changes. Oh yeah, no, definitely. Like, they're definitely like similar, you know, same genre, all that stuff. You know what, honestly? All right. There's no warp. Okay. Ice cap name the underzone. I don't know. Okay. I will take my victory. Ah, hey. I think this is the same biome we found last time. Would you stop spawning on top of me and then hucking yourself into the lava? Oh, goodness, you're much bigger than I thought you were. Later, nerd. Oh, all right. This is the T-Rex's house now. We'll just let's keep that door closed for a minute. We'll just keep that door closed for just a minute. And we'll just eat our meat. You think every dinosaur should have a thing? I love that it's Tasty Velociraptor that says this. Out of anyone who could have been the one to say it. Oh, I missed what any of that was. Well, that's an interesting pet. It felt like it was a good moment to speak up. Yeah, no, it definitely had the appropriate name. Okay, T-Rex, are you still here, buddy? Oh. Well, that was easy. So, I'm guessing the room was too short and the T-Rex's head was in the ceiling and it suffocated to death. I will take my victory. So, what's interesting is that's the same biome, I believe, that we found under the other one that had no adamantite or whatever. Oh, I forgot to switch the portal location. So we actually want here is adamantite or whatever it is. Okay, so we've got the houses over there. You nice? You nice? You nice? I'm not. I appreciate that they dropped the heavy leather. So the problem, like I said, is unfortunately the last time we were in one of these, there was literally no... Oh yeah, I'm not gonna be able to see this. Wifey. No, well, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Yeah. More than two?
More than two. A lot.
Mm-hmm. Love. Alright. Yeah, because I'm worried about trying to fight through all the dinosaurs to not get what I'm looking for. No, it's not another ore type. So there's the raptors. Oh, you poisoned me, you jerk. I definitely need better armor to deal with this. Alright. You missed a chest? Yeah, no, it's, I know that there's, like, the little pylon thing has chests at it. I was worried about being back here with a poison that was slowly killing me. It could be like the little awning thing that was right here. Yeah, but like I said, I didn't... The last one of these I went in, I ran all over the place looking for the adamantite, and I didn't find any. I ran around a bunch. I actually didn't find much in the way of materials I wanted. Now granted, we didn't have the dinosaurs there. I think those were just bugged in the previous update. Let's go explore some of these tunnels up here. Are you still in Zone 4? That's a good question. Yeah, no, Zone 4. Let's walk into the actual jungle-y part of it. See if it still counts as Zone 4. Because I'm under the impression that Zone 4 we could just find adamantine there in general. Okay, so we're solidly in it. And yeah, Zone 4 jungle is what it says. Poison sucks. I'm spam eating to try and counter the poison so it doesn't finish the job. Alright. Yep, but again, check out Belnar. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on. I've been playing a lot of Bellwright recently, which is another survival crafter, so good times over there. Alright, so let's try and get up here. Like I said, rather kind of explore up here. The dino area, I'm still using like a patchwork of armor that includes like some iron, some other stuff like that. So like really, really not good stuff. Got the portal. Yeah, it seems like torches don't do anything down here. I find it very frustrating. I've always not been a fan of a game where it's like, hey, what if you couldn't see crap? Ever. But it only seems to be like this biome that's like particularly egregious. Man, like I was mentioning before, I've been running into this problem that like we're in the biomes that supposedly this stuff appears. And we found a tiny bit on the surface in the other area. But then I've not been able to find it at all. It's like the hunt for diamonds, but you know, significantly worse so far as how rare I see it. Unfortunately, trying to like strip mine all that, you use up the durability of your equipment. That just falls into the dino zone below. It's going to be easy for me to get turned around, so if I double back over a path I've already taken, you know, it's going to happen. When you get away from that, that's lava. Okay. Let's find ourselves a way up here and try and search on the surface. I'll try that for a little bit. If that doesn't get us what we're looking for, then I might just go to the mine shaft. All right. Yeah, so I might just try, like, going to the mine shaft, going a certain amount of depth, digging sideways and see what we can see. Yes, we're definitely not seeing any up here right now. Oh, you hurt a lot more than I thought you would. All right. Yes, this burnt forest area doesn't look like it's gonna give me much. We're not even seeing stone. Even in like the little water trenches and all that we've got going on here. What am I looking at over here? What are you? Those look like they're giant mushrooms. Alright, Luxor, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in and hanging out and all that good stuff. Alright, so let's try and get away from this area and get down to the more burnt up areas. So like I said, it's kind of feeling like these the dead forest, the burnt down forests aren't going to give me what I'm looking for. Even though this is considered Zone 4. It's Zone 4 Dark. That was weird that hurt me for a second, but okay. Oh, those are green crystals, not ore. That's fine. Okay, and that's where we saw down there the like aquarium looking thing with the skeleton fish and all that stuff going on down below. Does the flavor text on it say anything about where it can be found? Yeah, it basically alludes to the fact that it can be found in the hot areas, and we know it's here. We found some in these zones here. It's just not with any reliability or consistency, and like very sparingly. And I mean, we found it in, like the walls and that. Now, part of it is once you get past daytime, you can't see crap all day. Your visibility is like 3 inches from your face, like 50% of the time. Yeah, the problem is I can't see the blocks here. Oh, are you fighting each other? That's interesting. Don't mind me, I'll just capitalize on this situation. All right. I can't make out at all what's going on anywhere because it's so dark. It's just gear. There's no RPG aspect where you gain stats or whatever. Well, we are gonna change our tactic. Let's get under this magma flow stuff. Go a couple blocks down here. It kind of doesn't matter which direction I pick. Yeah, I don't think we've gone far enough down. The stone starts to change down there. Let's get higher than the lava tunnels. Up here. I'm gonna basically wear this pickaxe out, hoping to find it. Because I haven't found a reliable way to get this ore at all. Okay. Because I was really hoping to start working on getting myself some, like, proper armor and all that. Because it does seem like for getting lots of heavy hide, that's kind of where the dinosaurs come in. That they're just a reliable source, so you can get lots of heavy armor there. Or heavy leather. But like, for the adamantine bars, about the only hint they do is they tell you to kind of go under these lava areas. But like I said, we found the dinosaur. Like both these ones we've checked, we found dinosaur zones. And I'm kind of worried about like continuing to just burn our tools, just finding another lava zone, then going under it, just to come up empty-handed again. Alright, if I don't see some soon, we will, I guess we'll turn back, we'll jump off this island, and there's another lava island to our north. Because this one I have not seen, I don't think we've seen any adamantine on this island. Let's just assume that we're switching islands. I'm gonna grab the surface portal. Because I believe all of our portals are out now. And if we want to put down our portal, one's got to go away. It's fine. So we'll take the surface portal, and we're going to go to the island slightly to the north. We'll see if we see adamantine up there. Because right now I believe I have enough adamantine to make one more pickaxe. After which, then I'm out of adamantine. We're like, we regress equipment then. Alright, so for that, that's our new destination up there. Which way's the closest to get to the water? Nah, it's probably north anyways. Because I figured I could easily jump into the water and just swim around. Then I don't have to worry about trying to navigate this terrain when I can't see anything. Yeah, I'd say one annoyance I'd put on this game is just the lighting situation with the torch. Like being able to use the torch when placing blocks. Having some maybe upgrade path where you have like the torch, but like you could get yourself a brighter torch of some kind. Like there's the lanterns, make the lanterns be your brighter option, that kind of deal. It's not too bad early on when you're like not dealing with such sketchy terrain. But then you get to places like this and you can't see but 2 blocks in front of you. And I understand there's a challenge, but I'd say it's more... It's not a fun challenge, to be clear. Just not seeing is always one of my least favorite mechanics of the game. Other than like when it's like a debuff. You took a hit you should have dodged and your character is like blind and temporary. Like that's fine. But just, hey, what if you couldn't see crap? I usually find more annoying the thing. Do you know the worlds are procedurally generated? Yes. Because I definitely, I had an offline save I was just messing with very briefly. I haven't done much in it. But it is very, very different from my world in the, like, for on stream. Okay. Let's go to this next island. This island is mostly ash. There's definitely like some kind of ruin up there. There's also a ruin over here. But where this one, we just found like a big dinosaur biome thing underneath. And there's possibility that like maybe there's a dinosaur biome here and a different biome there. Honestly, it's probably something I should check at some point. For this one, I think I'm going to go to where we have... So we have the fort... Where, like, what biome did we drill down in? So this biome here is where we drilled down here. Is this, like, stone lava one, so that's pretty straightforward. This is an ash biome, and then that's the foresty biome. So maybe what I'll do is I'll drill down somewhere central here, if we don't see any surface adamantine. Because it's also interesting, because I was watching Drongo play, and when he went underneath to, like, where, like, that kind of where we found the dinosaurs, he ended up finding this big area, like, this big pool of lava with these big spikes kind of coming in that are, like, making this, like, almost like burnt-out bones, but they were, like, black. They weren't the bug area's bones or anything. And he found adamantine there. It's like, okay, cool. So, like, I just gotta find that thing. And we found some on the surface. But I just keep finding these dinosaur areas, and I just went and explored. I fully explored the one the other day that was a giant area, and didn't find any adamantine down there at all. Like, not a single unit. Not counting inboxes, like, as far as loose ore. I've been running through these lava tunnels, and there's no ore at all in the lava tunnels that I'm finding. So it's kind of like, because Mithril's not in the game, it's partially making me wonder if maybe the adamantine spawns aren't, like, fully baked yet. Like, they exist, but they're not balanced, they're not figured out, they're not, you know, insert verb. But I can't say for sure, because I'm new to the game. And so it's like, okay, is it working right, or am I looking in the wrong place? Yeah, I figure somewhere in here we'll put down the teleporter again. I'll try and explore a little bit, see if we can't find any ore. Maybe it's at the rarity of diamond? Yeah, even then, like, comparing it to when I used to play Minecraft, like, I could usually pretty routinely get it. The issue we're running into, though, is with the way durability works in here, I'm gradually destroying all my adamantine stuff and not finding it fast enough. Now, granted, that could be intentional, that, like, an adamantine set of tools is a very big luxury, not intended for you to actually use regularly. But I don't know. Game just came out. It might even just change. Got a nice big area here. So I think my next portal's going right in the middle, right here. Ice cap. Actually, ash. That way, if I do some, like, fall to my death, we can just get back here. We're just gonna run around on the surface here a bit. See if we come across any, adamantine at all. It's interesting. It's like half a building kind of mooshed into the wall. Okay, so this takes us to the next biome over. Probably. I've actually been really bad about stopping to sleep. Oh, jeez. I don't want to deal with you. Let me guess, you're gonna follow me through the portal and make my life real rough. Okay. All right. Okay, we're now looking at daytime. Can I see what time of day it is? Got a little bit of a ruin here. Yeah, go to the west and check what this is about. All right. Yeah, no, it's been a tough one. Like, I found a decent amount pretty early on in the first island I went running around to. Like, just a bit on the surface and all that. But I'm finding, like, nothing on multiple islands and all that. Like, the thing that's really surprising me is when I'm mining underneath here and, like, getting in the lava tunnels and running around, and, like, there's literally zero ore, like, no anything. Not even just no adamantite, but, like, literally nothing. No iron, no copper. And you're just like, this feels like the generation is wrong. And that was, that first area we were checking out, not on the pre-release build. We did switch the pre-release build and then ran a really far away, so we knew we were far enough away that it was freshly generated, not from a previous play session or whatever. Yeah, no, it's also a possibility, with this game being early access and using procedural generation, that sometimes, this is a thing that's occurred in a lot of games, sometimes when you're like looking at the procedural generation, certain seeds will just genuinely cause the procedural generation to not work quite right. That, like, because of the seed, something isn't spawning correctly, that kind of thing. I don't know about this happening with this game, but I know that happened in that happened in Terraria at one point, that certain, like, because you'd have like the thing, you just have it where just certain things just wouldn't, like, it's not that they didn't exist at all, but like it would have a weird disposition of having almost none of it present. And you know, like Path of Exile, they actually literally had a problem for years that you would get a loot seed assigned to your character as part of the, like, randomization of loot, and that sometimes a bad loot seed generator would actually get you stuck to literally having statistically worse loot throughout the entire time until it got reset. Because I remember that was a debacle that they said it wasn't a thing for a long time. And then some people actually started running numbers and be like, no, we're seeing something that's very, very weird, that like consistently some people having really bad results and consistently some people having really good results, and we're not sure why. And later investigation, they actually did come out that, you know, the way they handled loot seeds, it did actually have a problem. And I think they changed it so that, like, the loot seed changed, you know, when you rebooted kind of thing. So you'd be, like, have a session that would have a bad loot. Yeah, like, the fact that we have all of this and not one spot of ore. I think that's a tunnel down there on that. Maybe. No, not a tunnel, just some funky world gen. In Minecraft early had it where sometimes it generate ocean and nothing else? Yeah. No, it's just one of those things that, like, so when you're talking world seed, usually what happens is it's a random series of characters and numbers generated that when it's doing the world generation, they use that for its randomization. And a lot of games will make it so you can actually see that for a couple reasons. One, if you end up with a clearly broken world gen, you can turn around and be like, hey devs, I ran this clearly broken thing, here is the seed I used. And then if everything's on the up and up, they should then be able to go and put in that same seed and get effectively the exact same world you had. So far with Hytale, I haven't seen a world seed type thing. It could be the name of your world is the seed, or it could just be that they just don't expose it. I don't know what the case is. But, yeah, no, I mean, there's definitely going to be something behind the scenes that's doing that, that's controlling the world gen, like some random variable. They found like 75. Yeah, and we tried to go into a bunch of the different locations with this as well. That's one of the things with, like, okay, I tried going to places that we generated the other day and places that we've generated now. So that's kind of why I'm like scratching my head being like, what's going on with this? And I did find a little bit at one of them, which was generated yesterday. Okay, another one of these. Alright. Yeah, so I'm just honestly just digging down. See if we find it this way. Otherwise, it's kind of like you don't know what to do. Like, it's different. So, for example, Vintage Story is notorious for some of the ore being really hard to find. But it's the dinosaur biome again. Well, Molly trying to fall to her death, don't mind me. Okay. So right now I'm just trying to get back out from underneath there. Yeah, so it's kind of one of those things like, I'm just not sure what to do now. So the game only gives you so much information about where to find the ore. Pretty much all it tells you is like, hot place. And like I said, we found some on the surface of one place, but I haven't been able to find any more. Because this has been pretty much what we've been working on the whole stream, is just effectively the adamantium, adamantite, whatever. We've checked this island. We checked that island. Like, I haven't fully checked this island. I'm gonna rip up that portal again. And we're just gonna keep going north. We're just gonna keep going north until we find goodies. It's like the fact that we run around. Everyone just not finding it. And it could be that it's only like one subset of Zone 4. And because the game has no real way inside to really identify the zones beyond just like, okay, this one's ashy. Like to know where it is eligible. Ooh, hey, let's talk. A rusty steel halberd. It's actually probably terrible at steel. That's fine. Alright, so let's go ahead and yoink you. Alright, so for right now, we're just vaguely going to head northward. That way we can check out a couple of the other biomes on this one. Because I think the biome we saw the most thorium, or not thorium, adamantite on the first one we checked out was the one where it's like you'd have, you know, the volcanic rock, it'd be a crack in the middle of it, and it'd be like lava down below. It was like kind of poking down to those cracks and just doing your best to try and not fall into the lava. That seemed like the place to look for it. Yeah, with all these surfaces and seeing nothing. We fought play those guys and got goodies from them. Oh, I'm gonna miss that. Yep. Now the problem there is I had the portal in my pocket. So the closest we can get is the underzone. Climb this the whole way up and start running along that way. Do I care about what we dropped? We didn't drop ore. We didn't drop ore, did we? Like, what did we drop? We dropped a bunch of random bricks, I think. We didn't drop our teleporters. We didn't drop any of our equipment as far as I can see. Maybe a repair kit or two? I should have checked the screen. I think it would have told me what we dropped. You know, I was jumping to grab on the sand, and we didn't get the grab. And I couldn't turn myself around to drop into the water. I should have just done what I... Like, at first, like, I'll just jump in the water in some ways. Like, no, I need to check the continent. Like, actually walk along the surface, just in case it is one of those things that, like, the sandy part can't, or this part can, or whatever. Because I feel pretty confident we don't really find it at all in the sandy part, or in the area with the burnt trees. The thing that sucks is this one is on the other island. So I gotta swim the whole way up there. And the other thing is, every time that happens, we get penalized 10% durability. Which means my adamantite weapons, I'm losing 10% of their function. Be careful not to jump into lava here. Now, one good thing is because I crashed right by the water there, I should be able to just jump in the water and just swim right over. So as soon as I reach the water... Go away, puppy. Okay. Oh, you tagged me the screen cap? But... I did drop a single unit of adamantite ore. The one unit of adamantite ore we found, not because we mined it, was in some random box. Is anything here attacked in the water? Not so far. But thanks for that, yeah. The only thing that looked like it even mattered was one unit of adamantite, which, honestly, if we lose that, that's fine. It's a little annoying, but not a big deal. We also lost some of the, like, the leather we get from the enemies here. Not leather, the fabric. But I've got so much of that at this stage, it's pretty irrelevant. Meanwhile, while we continue to swim... I'm gonna go and pour myself a new drink. And here I was low-key figuring the way that today's stream would probably go, is that because we already had adamantite equipment, is that it would just go to like the next island over that was burned, pop in there, get myself 30, 40 adamantite ore, make ourselves a weapon or whatever, and put on some armor and be like, hey, look, progression's done. And then decide if we're gonna be like doing creative stuff in the game, or checking out whatever game catches our fancy next kind of thing. Like, I think this is great. It is early access, and there's lots of creative stuff we can do. That's ultimately what it boiled down to, is once we get the adamantine equipment, we'll kind of have exhausted what's in the game so far as, like, combat and all that kind of stuff for the time being. You know, other than discovering new things like the T-Rex we found. Which I imagine if I get the actual armor, we'll be in much better shape. Otherwise, it's, you know, the classic Minecraft thing of, like, build your fancy home, your base, that kind of thing. Which I'm happy Hytale came out when it did, because it was... I've definitely been kind of, like, struggling to be like, alright, what am I streaming this week? To not just do, you know, more Project Zombie or whatever. We did get a RimWorld run started. And I know we started that, and then this came out, and then this immediately became what we were playing. Which is fine. That happens. Okay, so we're starting to get close. Is that my stuff over there? Oh no, it's something probably just incinerating itself in the lava. Oh yeah, that's definitely not my stuff. I think it was just something jumped down and got caught in the lava, and I've seen, like, the flare up of it. Hey, Dread, how's it going? Yeah, like, the fact I'm going through all of this... Nothing. Oh, well, that's not what you want to see. In theory, there's supposed to be a little... crack I can squeeze on through here. Okay. Is that ore right there? That appears to be the very first unit of adamantine ore we have seen here. Or it's copper. It is not adamantite, it is just regular old copper. Never mind. Okay, that's interesting. Those should be retrievable, though. There was one that was floating in the middle, but it wasn't a valuable thing I was too worried about. The heck are you? Oh, the repair kits I dropped. Those are sticks. Okay, don't care about plant fiber. Cool, so we did retrieve her ore. And that'll be dead woods there. All right. So let's just try and get out of this area and onto somewhere else. Because I'm kind of scratching my head on what to do about the adamantine ore situation. And if you're like, you didn't explore that island long enough, you are correct. I did not. But this is the third one we've checked. And getting bumpkiss. The boat might be nice. Yeah, that's we've checked over there. I can find little bits of adamantine ore, like raiding the bases and all that. And if it comes down to that, that's just what I have to do. You know, it is what it is. But considering I know I've seen where you can mine it, what are you? Are you just a piece of sand? You are just a really weirdly cursed world gen. Okay, fair enough. Now, one of the catches is where I'm going up here and going farther away. My only ways home are to die or use my last teleporter. Which wherever I leave that, it's going to be in that area. I'd have to recover one of my teleporters to bring it back. Yeah, so this is one thing that's interesting with the world gen up here versus where I am. If you remember where I started, we were getting a bunch of small stuff. So like this is one giant burnt out area, one giant frozen area. You got a little azure thing, but I think that's a rare one, the little autumn one. You got this giant area where it's like this is one biome here. You got that's another biome, that's another biome. So like we've got the biomes up here seem to be far larger than we were getting back where I started. I don't know if that's world gen shenanigans, but when I watched other people playing, I saw them getting a lot more biomes like this, versus I was getting stuff like this, where it's like a little one here, a little one there, a little one there, a little one here. But I was like, for everything. I just don't want to swim anymore. Let's go to the land. We'll start running on land. Yeah, you found 5? Yeah, the entire time I've been playing, I think I got about a stack and a half. And most of that came out of chests, not out of mining. Does the world generate randomly? Yes. And I'm wondering if it is one of those things that maybe some of the seeds have problems or whatever. Or that, like, maybe I'm too far out here. Because that would be the other thought, would be to teleport back home. Just teleport back home real fast, and then just go a different direction. Because we've been going north quite a while. Like, for the area your map reveals, are probably a good 5 or so of those north of where we spawned, if not more. So we're a pretty good trek out here. They're all on the surface? Yeah. No, like I said, I found some on the surface on the first island. But we were starting to get those to be pretty scarce. And I haven't been able to find and I found like one node underground. Like that was the thing that gave me hope as I started digging down, and I got a good ways down. It was like a thing of like 3 or maybe 4 units. I was like, okay, like I could just mine down here. And so started just going through like pickaxe after pickaxe, like dug straight down, made a bunch of horizontal runs, didn't find any more. Not a single unit. So you've got desert up there, cold back there. Green here. I was curious if there's any new critters on the beach we hadn't seen yet. Go through just as a random question. When did you start that save? Like day-wise? Like, was it right when it dropped? Yesterday? Today? Because I know World Gen got messed with on, from what people have said, World Gen got messed with on the pre-release build thing that came out today or whatever. Have you checked in the temple lately to see what memories are left to find? I have not. But that is something kind of on my to-do, because, like, when it comes to that, I can actually check on the temple. I do have a good 16 of them, so we do actually have a decent number of memories to chuck over there. I'm imagining there's more dinosaurs to be discovered, because that place... They went after release? Okay, gotcha. So we'd be at the same World Gen kind of thing. Alright, so I got another burnt area to the west. That'll be the last time we move around the gate. If I just cannot make adamantine happen on that new island, like the new area over there, then we just accept we don't get to have adamantine and we just live with cobalt. Alright. I'm still waiting to just walk up on a bear and being out of stamina because I'm just running to try and travel faster. It's kind of one of those things in games like this that you end up having a play session, you're like, okay, what is the thing I'm going to try and get done? And it can be very, not frustrating, but it's like, you don't want to stop until you do the thing. And my goal wasn't to necessarily get like a full adamantine set, but it was like to have adamantine kind of figured out. You found some of the prefab stuff just weird? Yeah. Alright. So we got another big one here. Yeah, so it's this kind of area that we found them the last time. So we're gonna go over there to where we saw that stuff on the last time. I'll put a portal up there, and like I said, we either find it on this island or we don't. You know, we passed a ruin. I've had a bunch of ruins we checked out, and like I said, we can find the ore in those. It just kind of sucks to, like, run around and have my only source for ore to be ransack the neighbors. Because that's not sustainable. Once you ransacked them, they're ransacked. I gotta go, like, a whole map or two away to go seek out the next neighbor to bully. We have discovered a clownfish. Neat. It's actually not that deep here. Ah, there we go. Yep, so my plan is basically get to the top of this thing, drop a portal. If it's nighttime, which it looks like it's going to be, we teleport home, we go to sleep, we wake up, we come back out, we do a pass over the surface, and see if we find literally anything. We're definitely way beyond where reasonably we could have world genned before. Okay, so if we get to this wall, it's just going to be kind of going up here. We don't need to, like, get around any spires or whatever to, like, seek the actual main continent. If it is worth buying if you already own Minecraft. If you like games like Minecraft, this definitely has a lot of things it does better than Minecraft. To give you an idea, this game, when it comes to the combat is actually good. Like, it's actually genuinely enjoyable combat, which is something that Minecraft, and pretty much most of the games in this genre, combat's always been kind of one of the things that they only do okay. Because, like I said, this one actually genuinely does pretty good. So generally speaking, to me, I'm enjoying this more than I enjoy Minecraft. And I used to play tons of Minecraft back in the day. You're on the fence of buying? Yeah, I wouldn't go and like buy like all the upgrade, like the super spend all the money kind of one, but just grabbing like the base like $20 one. If you like Minecraft, you're almost certainly gonna like this. Okay. So ice cap. Truly, let's see. Adamantine last attempt. Alright, so let's go here. Let's drop off our crap. And then if it's still nighttime, we will circle back. So you put you away. Process those. Grab a stack of meat. Okay, so you are basically full. The classic in all these games, where you're just like running around desperately trying to find inventory space for everything you're making. You're probably a better shield than I've got. Oh no, that one's probably the better one. Okay. That's the copper one, and then the other one would be a cobalt equivalent. Let's see here. And pop over here real quick. Drop you in there. I'll need a stack of wood. We can go to volcanic rubble and chuck it in there. Get rid of that for right now. And start cooking this. But yeah, no, like I said, it's kind of the same as Minecraft. They don't have like the enchanting or any of that kind of stuff, but that's not surprising. But you don't have redstone as well. Well, like, you know, it's early access version that just dropped. But as I mentioned before, the combat is way, way, way more fleshed out, that kind of deal. Forgot that's its own separate thing. So you've got those all doing their thing. There's the sand to drop off. You're full. Let's grab those cobblestone bricks, and for right now I don't feel like dealing with that, so we'll chuck those in those boxes. There's the stick. Drop off that last drumstick I failed to put in the oven. Okay, and the plant fiber we don't care about. Alright, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is take our teleporter. Teleport back up to where we were. And check if it's daytime. It is not. Alright, so let's pop back down here. And we can go right up to our bedroom. Get yourself a quick sleep, wake up in the morning, and see if we can't find some adamantine. All right. Okay. So, let's plan to go in that direction, because that direction looks more like the place I found in the past. Okay, well that just gave me a mild heart attack that I thought I jumped right over and right into, like, a crevice that was going to drop me down. Wasn't a good use of that signature, but that's okay. It is a little different. I don't think we've had much of the tall burnt up trees before. Take a little peek down here. Also, the world gen per exploration is pretty slick. Right now, we're just going through the caverns. It seems like this is the kind of caverns that aren't as fleshed out. Oh, we got ore. Not the ore I'm looking for. But it's ore. Yep, and I hope you enjoy it. Like I said, I've been enjoying it. The exploration has felt more meaningful than Minecraft. I didn't see what that was down there. Let's go back up to the surface so we can find our way there without too much trouble. It doesn't seem like, for what we're looking for, going down deep underground is that important. I say as I continue to go deeper. Okay, so let's get back up here. Can't see crap. And thank you, Soul Adams, for tier 1 sub. That's 26 months you've been subbed to the channel. It means a whole heck of a lot that you continue to sub. So thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, I hit the rat and I heard the dog growl and I was like confused when I was like, that's not a dog. Why is... What's going on? You know, is this a bug? And then, you know, saw the second pair of eyes. I'm like, oh, okay. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. Means a heck of a lot. And kicking off a hype train, putting it to level 2 already. Thanks so much for that support. Means a heck of a lot, so thank you for all that. I am just going to try and not die real fast and get out of this hole. Alright, I think we're taking the tactic, the try and true, of simply choosing a wall and digging up. And thank you, Trico, for the 100 biddies. Means a heck of a lot. I really do appreciate it. Okay. There's no obvious ore in any of those areas. We do not want to tangle with the frog while we're doing this. I love how he does not seem to know where I am. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the Gigantify and everything. I really do appreciate that as well. But too bad you can't just tie the torch to your helmet. Yeah, and that's kind of what I've been saying, is it really does feel like we should have some kind of option to give ourselves light we can move around with. Even if there is a cost to it. Like either there's a crafting cost to it, or I have to give up a lot of defense for it, or like whatever. I'm willing to make an exchange. But like the inability to see being a constant problem. Where are you going, man? Okay. So I get moving along here. That ore I saw there? Less a day, is that what I think it is? It is not at all what I thought it was. There's still ore here, so it's still something. You need an Iron Man torch in your chest? So I've got gold down there. What's interesting is I can actually see the gold on the map, and I can also see there's probably cobalt there. That might actually be a tiny bit of this as well. That's kind of cool. It also makes me wonder if I took my shovel and I started just ripping this whole area up, would I be able to just, you know, rip a bunch of the dirt and maybe like underneath the ash or burnt soil or whatever, would I just find the stuff there? You guys got weird. Alright, so there's some cobalt. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting another Tier 1 sub to the community, pushing us over to a Tier 3 hype train. I do appreciate that. Appreciate all the love and support and all that good stuff. Ancient steel helmet. Alright. Come here, undead cow. I got a special ready. Alright, so what's the ancient steel helmet? So our helmet is 663, and the ancient steel helmet, that's the gauntlets. The ancient steel gauntlets are 744. Mine are slightly better. Yeah, so mine are just better. Okay, so let's check, because I saw what looked like over there. It might be a single, yeah, combat in this game is, like, people asking, like, what's better about this one versus, you know, Vintage Story and Minecraft and all those. I would say the combat and the general mobility of your character are definitely the outliers, because, like, I can just parkour up stuff and everything. It doesn't let you traverse literally everything, but it gives you a lot more flexibility. That isn't really common to genre. What kind of block are you? Oh, you're just a okay. I saw it. I thought it was gonna be like lava on the other side of it or something. Okay, there's cobalt down there. Okay. That's mine. You can keep the brick. I don't want the brick. And work in progress. And I did see the one person at the temple had a thing where I could trade him that, so I'm gonna bring that to see what happens. It's fine. Alright. So I don't know what that purple area is. Purple area is the other way, but this tree seems to be having a difficult time. Fire log. And thank you so much for the tier 3 hype train with 7 gifty subs and 120 biddies. So I really do appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for the hype train and all that. Always appreciate that support. We are apparently picking up an entire tree that is, ow, actively on fire. I'm very genuinely curious what firewood will make for us. Turn to charcoal? Maybe. I'm actually low-key hoping we can make some, like, cool burning blocks or whatever. Okay, now that I got that distraction, what is that purple zone over there? Because it's bisecting some of this. Okay, there we go. That's a proper adamantine. There we go. Okay. So purple zone's where it's at. So what are you called? Like, actually called? You are called... It's just dark. It's the same thing as we had, like, literally the same name as we had for the other one. Wait, did we not just have the ad break? I guess not. Oh, it was just queuing. It was queuing this whole time. I saw the ad queue up and I was like, okay, so like I missed pausing the ad or whatever. And I just got the message moment being like, an ad has started. It's like, wait, it's been like 5 minutes. It just took that long to actually, you know, go from saying, hey, an ad's due to like actually doing the thing. All right. Okay, we've got some caverns down below. Let's worry about the surface first. Oh, stop making noises. It's fine. More down there. Yeah, so this is the end of the purple zone. Let's just peek up here and see if we see any adamantite over this direction. Seeing none over there. I'm having the sneaking suspicion that it's not even just zone 4 that you find it in, it's broadly speaking whatever this purple zone is specifically. Whether that's intended or not. So just going to one of the burning zones and all that is not sufficient. That you gotta kinda look for this kind of an area. Okay, now we're back into the purple zone on this side. Oh, no, I've gone too far. I'm not in the purple zone. Okay, so I think we did our surface pass. Now, it could be that that and those spots might actually have some. We see little red marks on it. See if we can't check. So the little red mark is on that ledge over there. Gotcha. So that was where we saw the material up there. Then I got there, and there's two there. Probably already grabbed those. But it's kind of cool that the ones on the surface, you can literally just pull up the map and be like, there was two here. And there was one that was around here. I probably already grabbed it. There's supposed to be a couple down that way. Now, obviously, that wouldn't see ones that are sticking out of the wall. Okay, there's supposed to be three over here. That's right there's the three. There's two more down this way. Okay, so the answer is abuse the map. So confused. That's where I grabbed him. Okay. So with that, I've got basically a full stack now. But we did see a number of tunnels down here. I want to just peek into one of those tunnels. That one's a little disappointing. Wasn't a whole lot of tunnel in my tunnel. Do plants have use or they're less decorative? There are plants you can make food with, but I think they're the plants that that I'm aware of. Most of them I haven't seen much use. I know you can get petals from some of them to like make dyes. Okay, so it's another tunnel with a whole lot of nothing in it. Yeah, I believe this is where it switches from the purple area to the other one. That might be how we get more of the adamantinite or whatever. Is ultimately we end up moving our portal down over here to this area. And not strip mine it, but like properly quarry it. Because we know they can happen up on the surface. So we very well could see a thing where like we go along here. Maybe I could do it right now. I'll sort of cut like one groove in this. But you get the idea. Go down a couple of tiles and just slice across the surface. And just do that every so often to just try and get the ore out. Now, with that said, we do have 22 of it. It is proving that those undead cows are a good source of the undead leather. Alright, so one good news, it looks like you don't even have to cross through a whole lot. But yeah, so it seems like these dead zones are where it's at for finding the adamantite. Where I've been finding it like nowhere else. That zone. Oh, okay, let's calm down. As he just about huck herself into a pool of lava. Well, that's not what I wanted. Okay. All right. Yes, that place is a good spot for us. Yeah, versus like when I'm not there, we're not really seeing any. Alright, so you actually hit hard. I'm hearing you, but I'm not seeing you. There you are. Okay, so let's get to our teleport and get the heck out of here. Plans can be used for potions too, you believe? Gotcha. I haven't done much with the potions. Generally speaking, in these kind of games, I tend to not use as many consumables, outside of stuff like, you know, when you're playing Terraria and you're like, oh, well, you're going into the poison area, well, I gotta take your poison resist potion, like, you know, it's not mandatory, but it's very heavily, very heavily, pressured. Okay, so I want to go here. So I can't use the firewood on this. And firewood is... Interestingly, I can't use the firewood in that, and firewood is considered a form of blackwood. I don't really know what we use firewood... Oh, one of these. That's why I can't use it. Yeah, so it's a form of blackwood, which is cool and all, but it's pretty unique, so I think I'm going to hold on to it. And I'll figure out what we're doing with it later. There we go. That's what you like to see. About a stack and a half worth of adamantite. We'll have a bunch of these ancients helmets and all that to take apart. There's the petals. There's that. And I've officially hit the point where I've got so much of the fabric that it's its own problem. Drop off the sap. Okay. Handmade potions there, but you did peek at it. Yeah. No, it's probably a good thing. Like, generally speaking, what little I've seen of the potions, I just didn't feel particularly compelled to use them. Like I said, that's kind of a thing that happens to me with a lot of these games, for better or worse. Is I often just, you know, I just don't feel like the pressure to use them. Yep, now we're getting that all sorted. So get more of the food going. All right. Cool. So I've got a lot of stuff to smelt. We've got all this stuff to go. So then I believe all of our workbenches are ready. So yeah, at this point it'd be getting the heavy leather and all that. And then just the adamantite. Yes, it'd be honestly the armor would be the next thing. Getting ourselves, you know, the boots, the helmet, and all that. We've already used that thing before. There's a 7 there. You're processing. Grab out the leathers we've got. Drop them off there. So honestly, when we get the armor, realistically what I'm probably going to end up doing from there is I'll most likely want to go down to where we saw the dinosaurs, because they seem to consistently give me heavy leather. So we could take on the dangerous dinosaurs and use them as our source of heavy leather. It does look like making the armor is going to cost me a lot of materials. Yeah, because that's 22 adamantite ingots just for the pants. So let's see, for the full set it'd be 22, 34, 72, 72, 87, 87, 95. So it's 95 adamantite ingots to make the full armor set. Holy crap. Which isn't terrible, but that is a lot, considering we came back with like 30-something. The one thing I have noticed is, as long as you're not dying, the armor does seem to last for a pretty long time. Same with your weapons. Your equipment like that does seem to hold up relatively well. Alright. That said though, chat, with all that considered, it is getting to be about that time that I need to be wrapping up for the evening. So I do hope you've enjoyed checking this out with Hytale. If you have enjoyed this and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I will be streaming again tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST. We'll see if we're playing more of this or something else. We'll figure it out when we get there. With all that said, if you are watching over on the YouTube side, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready on the YouTube side, but thank you so much for tuning in. For everyone who is checking this out over on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who I can find